Let's see if the hair can be any more crazy. Oh my goodness. Okay. How are you folks? Thank you for your patience in coming on. I said I'd be on at 3. It's just a few minutes after 3. Let's just get right into it. Everything I say is simply my opinion for the sake of hoping to start a conversation, open up a discussion, learn something, be educational. All my videos are made for YouTube. It's an infotainment platform. I've got wax on my braces. And where's my like button? Please hit your little like button. That helps a lot. And make sure that you're still subscribed in the event that you are subscribed. And if you're not, please consider doing so. Share a video of mine with somebody that you think might like my channel. Turn on your notification bell to ring. I've got this headset on. I think it's doing all right. I came on today to talk about the book, Nobody's Girl. I finished reading the, sort of like the rough draft to Nobody's Girl is what I've been referring to it as, the Billionaires Playboy Club. So I have that in 3 videos. All of them they're labeled as such, like 1 of 3, 2 of 3, and 3 of 3. It's like 16 hours altogether. I think about 140 pages. And there's a black and white photograph of a younger Virginia Roberts as the thumbnail. So let's just get started. I do need to put a bit of lotion on my hands and see if anybody's come in yet. I don't even know if, you know how they get kind of dry and then it's kind of hard to get it out. I don't even know if that'll work. I might have to do some surgery to cut it open. But man, it's like the cuticles get so dry this time of year. Oh, and I woke up to snow this morning in Southwest Ohio. Anybody out there get snow this morning? It was a fair amount. I mean, it's still on the ground. It was, maybe like a 1/4 inch or something. It looks like an inch. It's always weird the way they measure height of snow, because if you melt it into water, it's like nothing. But if you just like stick a ruler in the fluffiness of it, sticking a ruler into the fluffiness of it, it was probably an inch. So pretty impressive for November 10th. So let's just get into this and read the foreword. There's a lot going on with regard to all of the e-files, the jizz, and also with Charlie and Erica. Have you guys heard that it looks like Erica might have been married before? Where's my notebook? I have the name written down. I don't know if it's true, but it would make sense since, she was like 32, I think, by the time she married Charlie, which, I mean, it's no problem, but in the mindset of that whole like trad wife MAGA thing, that's kind of old. I mean, Charlie said so himself, right? Anyway, this is the last name. Chelsvig, a Romanian guy named Derek Chelsvig, ChelSvig. The rumor is that they were married from 2013 to 2017, and then it's been scrubbed from the interweb. And what else? Zev Shalev. You know how I've told you guys about Lev Remembers, and how do you say his name? His last name is Ali, and he's got a very much of a mouthful for a first name. The one that calls himself Brown Mary. because he fills in for Mary Trump when she needs somebody to fill in for her. Oh, what do people call Allie? I'll have to look it up because you know how my brain just doesn't like to function when I'm on live. And I've told you guys that he has guests sometimes name Lev and Zev. So Zev's last name is Shalev, and then Lev's last name is Parnas. And the let's see, Lev, Zev, and let me just see what comes up. Lev, Zev, and Ali. It should pull them up. Yeah, Wahat, Wajahhat. So the three of them are really good together. Lev Parnas used to be El Presidente's fixer. He went to prison for him. And his son is Aaron Parnas, who also has his own YouTube channel. And then Zev Shalev is a professional. He's had a long career as a news producer for CBS and such. And then Wahat Ali, he's like a brilliant public speaker, in my opinion. The three of them are amazing together. I'll put a link in the description. Anyway, Zev Shalev had an interview yesterday with Tara Palmieri that was fascinating, absolutely fascinating. And so the three of them together are really, in my opinion, experts on the whole little E and jizz and little T situation. So let me set this down and get reading. Sorry, it's taken me a minute to get to that. How's my hair? How's my lighting? How's my sound? Is that Anna B's or is that somebody else? Oh, and I also wanted to read you the wiki of Virginia because I think that's really important, what it says about her currently. So kind of the common knowledge. First, I'm going to read you a note from Virginia Roberts, Gouffre's collaborator. Writing a book with someone is always an intimate exercise. During every project I've worked on, at some point, I must ask the author some extremely personal questions. I'm going to interject as much as possible here to make this my own words and to keep it educationally aimed to try to maximize on fair use, basically. Next, I bolster their memories, no matter how vivid, by working to corroborate them, reviewing all pre-existing documentation and talking to others in their lives who may have witnessed or known about the events being described. In that sense, the process I follow while working with Virginia to get her story right was nothing new for me. Can you hear me okay? If whoever is here wants to answer, that would be great. If not, that's all right too. Two things, however, made Virginia's memoir different. First, the stories she needed to share were devastating beyond measure for her to tell. Second, several of the characters in these stories were among the wealthiest and most powerful in the world. Some of those people had already threatened Virginia to try to keep her quiet. Something she dealt with her whole life. Literally, since the time it started from her dad when she was 7. He threatened her too. From the beginning, Virginia and I understood that this would have to be a meticulously written book to ensure accuracy, of course, but also to protect her from those who would have preferred she stayed silent. I want to say explicitly why Virginia opted not to stay silent, which certainly would have been easier for her to some extent, depending, right? I mean, I hear what she's saying, but like, you just can't hold that crap in. You gotta express yourself. From the beginning, she told me she believed that her story would help other people, not just survivors of E's cruelty, but any person, male or female, who'd ever been coerced into sex against his or her will. Over and over during the hundreds of conversations and text and email exchanges Virginia and I had over 4 years, she insisted that she wanted to be portrayed authentically with all of her flaws. She wanted the world to know who she really was so that survivors of abuse who might read her words would feel less alone. She hoped that if she painted a real portrait of her suffering, it would inspire more people to fight to make the changes she believed were so desperately needed. Prime among them legislation to eliminate statute of limitations provisions for sexual abusers of children. Virginia was one of the most sweethearted and generous people I've ever met. She was devoted to her 3 children, whom she shared with her husband, Robbie Gouffre, from whom she was later estranged. She was also fierce and determined, and that fierceness is what enabled me, at her discretion, to tell her whole story. And just as importantly, to interrogate it, to confirm it, and ultimately to help create the inspiring but also heartbreaking account you are holding in your hands. When it came to corroborating the abuse Virginia had suffered as a child, I tracked down a childhood friend who was incredibly forthcoming about the abuse this friend endured by her stepfather, the same man who sexually abused Virginia as a child and who later was convicted for abusing yet another minor. Her input and kindness were a huge source of comfort to Virginia. In consultation with a professional fact checker, I also spoke at length to Virginia's mother, her husband, her former boyfriend, and her 2 brothers, to whom Virginia had recounted the abuse by both her father and his friend. I reached out to Virginia's father multiple times, seeking his response to his daughter's allegations. He responded by strenuously denying them. Virginia's firsthand account of her time in Little E and Jiz's orbit was reported by thousands of pages of public court documents, including sworn depositions and Little E's flight logs. These documents contain the full names of many of the men who Virginia alleged she had been trafficked to. Their consents are supported by numerous other sources, including interviews that Virginia gave to the press, all of which I reviewed, and published books on the subject by authors such as Miami Herald's Julie K. Brown, who, in my opinion, isn't rock solid. Like, she's done some rock solid stuff, but I've heard her say some things that I firmly disagree with. But that's also to be expected, I think, with just about anyone, really. Virginia's former attorney, Brad Edwards, who I think is freaking amazing, and former U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jeffrey Berman. There's 2 Bermans in this story. The attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jeffrey Berman, and then the other Berman, who's a judge, and not to get confused, it's the Berman who's a judge who's also a social worker. So he's pretty amazing too. I also spoke to many of Virginia's attorneys, including Edwards, Sigrid Macaulay, and Brittany Henderson. Writing the book involved several stops and starts, in part due to struggles Virginia had with her health. But all along, she insisted that she wanted the book published. She wanted all of her suffering to have accomplished something. And if she could help even one survivor of abuse, she said, it would be worth all of the effort. In October of 24, she felt ready to resume. And that's just, what, 6 months before she lost her life? We met to finalize the manuscript. I returned to Australia, where I'd already visited her in 22, to go over it in detail with her side by side one more time. We read the manuscript again, with me taking short breaks to revise certain sections, then returning to read them to her again. By the end of that visit, she'd approved all of the book's contents, save for this note by me added after her passing. And there's a little footnote. His speech reads in full, just to straighten this out, I never abused my daughter, and I didn't know that Forrest did that either. If I had known about that, I would have been very angry and taken care of the situation. I gave my daughter every single thing she ever wanted and never, ever touched her sexually. I never even knew what was going on with little E until I read about it online and getting calls from news agencies. There is so much they're getting wrong, even with her middle name. It is Virginia Lee Roberts, not Virginia Louise. I am a moral person and believe that men who take advantage of young children should be prosecuted and then castrated. Yeah, I agree with that. It really pisses me off that someone would write that that I would ever abuse my children as a father. I only tried to give my children a good life. She was deeply grateful to all of the people from all of the corners of her life who had supported her efforts to tell her story. Then, on the night of January 9th, the morning of January 10th in Australia, she called me in a state of extreme distress. She said that the previous evening she and Robbie had an argument and that he had assaulted her. We talked for a long time. She sent me the photographs of her face, which appeared discolored and swollen. I made sure she was in a safe place and offered to reach out to her mother and her older brother, both of whom I contacted. Virginia reported the incident to the police in Western Australia, but they did not charge Robbie with any crime. Robbie made allegations of his own, which resulted in a restraining order against Virginia. I think I'll start calling her uh, Ginny, which is what, is that what they called her? Ginny? Something like that. Um, that prohibited contact with her children. The profoundly hurt Ginny couldn't stand being out of touch with her kid. The alleged January incident was not without precedent. At one point, Ginny had told me about her time in 2015 in Colorado when Robbie was arrested after assaulting her. And see, I suspend my belief or disbelief about these allegations. I tracked down a sheriff's deputy who'd worked the case. He spoke to me at length about the incident and said that a restraining order had been put in place that prohibited Rob from returning home. But according to the sheriff's department, documentation of that incident was no longer available to the public. That doesn't make sense, does it? Ginny presented this episode as an isolated incident and said that for the sake of her kids, she didn't want it to appear in the book. That was a terrible chapter that had occurred during a very tense time in their lives, she told me. She and Rob had worked hard to get it put behind them. Rob, too, said as much then in person. He referred to the incident obliquely. I knew that there were all kinds of reasons that a woman who had been domestically abused might choose to stay silent. I also knew that people who were victims of child abuse are considerably more likely, 15 times more likely, according to one widely cited study, to be victims of abuse later in life. I abided by her wishes. Boston Brian, are you effing kidding me? I love you. I could just cry. I can't believe you're here. OMG. Thank you for your comment. Show of appreciation. You're the bomb diggity, dude. OMG. You guys, I feel like a rock star. Seriously. Can I ask you, you don't have to answer, but did you move to Los Angeles? It kind of looked like you did from watching your channel. And I love your show. I love House Sparks. I love what you guys do together. I'm a huge fan. That is so cool. I can't believe you're here. If you're still here, I got tears of joy, babe. Rock on. Rock on. No, I fell in love with your style. I'm literally got tears of joy. I fell in love with your style the first time I saw you. I think you were a guest on Hal's show, or no, you were on Midas Touch. You had your own little thing on Midas Touch. And you and Jessica Denson were both huge standout contributors to Midas Touch. I can't comment in the chat for 5 minutes, but yes. Oh, what did it? Oh, okay. I got it. I could try to change that, but thank you for letting me know. I wasn't trying to extort more money from you. I just have it like that because I used to get trolled a lot. I used to set it up where you had to be subscribed for like a whole day. Like I could take it down, but I don't know how to do it so that it would be safe to not end my stream, because you know how much that happens too. Oh, I am just so stoked that you're here. So just in case you didn't know, Boston Brian, I would highly recommend reading. I have the manuscript over here. You can get it online. It is 139 pages of the Billionaires Playboy Club. It's not that well written, but I think it's priceless. It's kind of the rough draft for this. So I spent the last 3 days reading the whole thing in 3 videos that total about 16 hours. And even though it might seem tedious at times, I think it's imperative. One of the reasons is because in this, Virginia says that she was 13 when she was first trafficked. And she also makes reference to being with Jizz and Little E for multiple years. Whereas the official story is that she was 15 when here it says 13. And this was written over 10 years ago. As we know, this was just published 3 weeks ago. And I've read the whole thing, and I've been dying to read it a second time. And I'm just trying to use it educationally and put as much as my own spin in there as possible for fair use, because I emailed to ask permission and didn't get an answer about reading it. Boston Brian, I appreciate it. I'll check it out. OMG. Yeah. So then this story, I think all this crap with El Presidente, all of it, I think, is to stave off the disgusting crimes that he committed that were carbon copy of what Little E did. And the more he freaks out and blows up boats and knocks down the White House and all of the stupid crap that he does, the more he does that, the more he's confirming that it is so much worse than any of us could have imagined. So I am just so grateful for what you do, and I'm so grateful for you to check me out. So thank you. Where was I? I'm like all, dang, I feel like a rock star, seriously. And yeah, if you want to answer, I'll ask again, but I won't press you, just in case you forgot that I asked if you had moved to California. Not that you'd have to change your name, but I used to live in California. Let me choke on my water. I've lived in DC, Ohio, and the West Coast. And I love them all. I really do love them all. They all have their pros and cons. But I've been to Boston. Love Boston, man. That city freaking rocks. And I love the accents. I just love the whole culture. And what part of Boston are you from? I had a boyfriend from Pembroke. And then, anyway, I won't go off into all of this. I feel like I got to pinch myself. I'm in Orange County now. Hate it. LOL. I miss Boston. Yeah, Orange County sucks, in my opinion. South Shore. But I'm old school. I haven't been there for like 30, more like 40 years, really. I grew up in Los Angeles area as a teenager. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Northern California is completely amazing. It's like a different country. I was going to say different state, but it's just like a different universe. So I've lived in San Francisco a couple of times too, and I know it's way too expensive to live in San Francisco anymore. I'm sorry that you don't like Orange County, but I would be in that same boat. I have family who lives there and loves it, but I would despise it. Um, so yeah, I'd say get out of Orange County. See if you can like go to Big Bear or Monterey or Carmel. Those areas are expensive too, but man, just whatever you do, don't go to Lake Tahoe. Are you familiar with the Kylie Rodney case? You would probably be very interested in that case. That's a crazy case. But I'm psyched that you moved to California to do your YouTube in full time. And I saw yesterday that you're hitting 15,000, and I made that comment to congratulate you. You've been working so hard. You're my idol. Okay, back to my thing. Seriously, you are, and you're adorable. I just got to say it. I'm not going to be shy. You're absolutely adorable. I know you're way too young for me. I'm probably like close to twice your age, but that's okay. I'm happily married, mostly happily married. Okay, here we go. I'm just so obviously blown away. It's like a dream that you're in my comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thanks for the contribution too. That's very much appreciated because yeah, I'm trying to do this full time also. And as you know, they don't pay jack. So where was I? I was somewhere around the chapter had occurred during a very tense time in their lives when she told me she and Rob had worked hard to put it behind them. I already read that part. Um, I also knew that people who are victims of child abuse are considerably more likely, 15 times more likely, according to widely cited studies, to be victims of abuse later in life. Things took a turn for the worse in March 2025 when Ginny was injured in a car accident, which I think was crap. I think that the whole story with her is utter crap. I don't care what anyone says. It doesn't even make sense. Hit by a freaking school bus at 70 miles an hour. Right. I mean, I actually did school bus driving training, and I doubt a school bus would even go 70 miles an hour. But if you were driving 170 miles an hour, you'd probably be put in jail with the key thrown away. Seriously, you don't mess around with kids on school buses. Virginia and I spoke for the last time on March 31st, 2025. She'd been in the hospital, she said, but had left because she didn't agree with her doctors. I begged her to go back to the hospital, and she said she would. But first, she wanted to talk about her kids, desperate to know how they were. I'm going to ask a question, Brian, if you're still here. Would you beg Hal Sparks to check me out? Because I love him too. I've been a fan of his since Talk Soup, and I love what he does. I know he's like dying of a broken heart right now with what's going on with his dad. But just send him my love, and I would love to do any kind of collaborating with you guys that you'd be open to doing. I would love to just be a guest on your show for like 12 seconds if you'd ever consider having me. I have a lot to offer. I have a whole mental health professional background, and I won't get all into it. But dang it, Nancy is here. Hi, Jazz Boston. Happy Monday. I used to live in Monterey and Malibu in 2017. Now I'm in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. I'm just the ocean. So yeah, I lived in Malibu and Beverly Hills and Venice Beach. Um, Back before Venice Beach was cool, when it was like completely ghetto. But I've never lived in Monterey, and that would be like a dream. Laguna, Boston Brian, can you check out Laguna? Because you're not far from there, and that is like a slice of heaven. That is profoundly unique from all of the area around it. It's probably ridiculously expensive, but check it if you can. Um, anyway, thanks for being here, dang it, Nancy. Thanks to both of you, and yeah, happy Monday. First, she wanted to talk about her kids, desperate to know how they were. Before we hung up, she said, if it's in God's hands, I'm not scared. If it's my time to go, it's my time to go. But I want the book published. I begged her one more time to let her doctors do their jobs. I want you around for the rest of my life, I said. She told me she loved me. I told her I loved her too. The next day, on April 1st, Virginia sent me and Deanie von Mueffling, her longtime publicist, an email stating clearly her desire to publish the book. It read in part, and this is just 24 days before she ceased to exist. And I believe that she was found. I just discovered this morning. Like, I've never been able to ascertain how her life was ended, but I believe that she was found hanging. I'm not sure that that's accurate, but that would be consistent with Jean-Luc Brunel in Little E, right? And that's kind of a signature. Dang it, Nancy says, Laguna, I miss the ocean and watching the surfers. Now I'm gardening and learning how to change string and weed eaters. Oh my goodness, I have never been able to even come close to changing the string in my weed eater. I'm jelly, dang it, Nancy. Because yeah, I always have to get my husband or one of my sons to do it. It's impossible. It's freaking cray cray. I am reaching out to discuss an important matter regarding my book, Nobody's Girl. It is my heartfelt wish that this work be published, regardless of my circumstance at the time. The content of this book is crucial as it aims to shed light on the systematic failures that allow the trafficking of vulnerable individuals across borders. It is imperative that the truth is understood and that the issues surrounding the topic are addressed, both for the sake of justice and awareness. I got to jump in here. Anybody who hasn't checked out Boston Brian's channel, check him out and you can thank me later. He's hilarious. He's brilliant. He shoots from the hip. He's like one of the most authentic people on the tube of you. So check him out. You'll love him. He's only had his channel, I think, for about a year, and he just got up to 15,000, just like in the last day. 15,000 subs. So sub up if you would be so kind. In the event of my passing, I would like to ensure that Nobody's Girl is still released. I believe it has the potential to impact many lives and foster necessary discussions about these grave injustices. I kindly ask for your assistance in making this wish a reality. Thank you for your support, patience, and most importantly, love. On April 5th, Virginia released a statement to People magazine stating publicly for the first time that her husband had abused her. But see, I still think she could have been put up to that. In my opinion, she could have been forced to say that just to degrade the integrity of both of them and just to muddy the water. That's just my opinion. But I feel like I have evidence to support that opinion. And specifically citing the alleged assault on January 9th. The statement read in part, I was able to fight back against Jiz and Little E, who abused and transported me, but I was unable to escape the DV of my marriage until recently. After my hubby's latest physical assault, I can no longer stay silent. Rob's attorney declined to comment on Ginny's allegations, citing ongoing court proceedings. And let me interject here, too, that she had ongoing court proceedings, I'm pretty sure, with Alan Dershowitz at the time of her passing. And that guy is a snake in the grass. I'm going to finish this page and then I'm going to read you some about that's on Wikipedia. So one second, let's finish this page. This is the pre-introduction that I'm just finishing. Less than 3 weeks later, Virginia was dead, having committed self-unaliving at her remote farm, the exact same way that RFK Jr.'s estranged wife, I'm forgetting her name, Mary Richardson Kennedy, I think. Exact same self-unaliving at a remote farm during a long 2 years into a custody battle. And that was in 2012. And RFK Jr. was a frequent flyer on Lolita Express, in my humble conspiracy theory opinion, allegedly. I'm going to sub to Boston's channel now. Thank you for reading the book. I've been enjoying it in my downtime before bed. Oh, I'm glad you're reading it. I want to encourage everybody to buy their own copy or purchase the book on tape. Don't be. I've only learned since I lost my husband, as it is to play New House, though it was going to be our forever home. Now I'm wondering why I'm here. In Dallas. Yeah. That's where Kennedy lost his life, right? I stayed at the Magnolia Hotel. I could see from my room where Kennedy was shot on the grassy knoll. One of my cousins had their wedding there. It was wild. Wild to see it with your naked eye, because it's so hyped up, and it's just this little median in the road. And then the library building across the street. The lone gunman, right? There we go. Where was I? That's the problem when I before this book went to press, I think I was right here, right after the remote farm. Before this book went to press, Virginia's two brothers and their wives came forward with their concerns that the book she wrote underplayed the DV abuse that she allegedly experienced. They publicly offered their account of what they believe was long-standing abuse that their sister had suffered during her marriage. And they stressed the importance of publishing her memoir with further context to avoid undermining her credibility. At the same time, they expressed their support for the publication of Virginia's memoir and affirmed its importance in holding abusers to account. As I've reflected on Virginia's life since her passing, all she accomplished and the suffering she experienced, I haven't stopped thinking about those last 3 hearts she sent us. I haven't stopped thinking about those last 3 hearts she sent us. They will stick with me forever, because despite the unspeakable cruelties she endured throughout her life, Ginny opted to keep her heart open, and whenever possible, to lead with love. The world could learn something from Ginny. It was truly an honor to spend 4 years by her side, helping her tell her story and ensuring that her legacy lives on. Amy Wallace, August of 25. This woman, Amy Wallace, is a rock star. Absolutely amazing. If you've seen her in interviews, So that's the little black heart she's talking about from the note that Virginia sent. But this Amy Wallace is, uh, like I said, just has phenomenal character, interpersonal skills, and professional, and she's just freaking amazing. So I was going to read to you Wikipedia. Um, they removed the X's on the streets. Now it's nothing but a thought. Didn't know Robert Kennedy's wife was murdered. Yeah, well, I mean, she self-unalived. RFK Jr.'s wife, who he met her when she was 15 and he was 21, and she was his little sister's friend. Personally, I think that they were together ever since, but they both married other people. At least he did, but neither of them had kids with other people, I don't think. But then they had 4 kids together. But I want to say she was like 52 when she passed away in 2012. And, he tries to say that she found his journal documenting the 37 affairs that he had, and that made her, pushed her over the edge because he likes to flatter himself. I mean, I'm sure that she knew that he was a player, and she was probably just dying to get away from him. And she was almost away, but then she would have gotten half. You know how that goes. All right, so Virginia, um, so again, we share a birthday. She was born August 9th of 83. That was when I turned 16, and I had my birthday on the beach in Malibu. I actually had a little beach bonfire party with my closest friends. April 25th, 2025 she was an American and Australian advocate for survivors of transporting, and one of the most prominent accusers of the child offender, Little E. In 2015, Gouffre founded Victims Refuse Silence, a U.S. nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting survivors. The organization was relaunched as Speak Out, Act, Reclaim, SOAR, in November of 2021. She provided detailed accounts to numerous American and British reporters about being trafficked by Little E and Jizz. And man, Jizz is so close to getting released, I believe, getting pardoned. But she's got a target on her back, right? Um, OMG, I love your brain. We really need to have that slumber party. um, Sorry if you just heard my husband laughing out loud, LOL, in the other room. It's funny to apologize for laughter, right? Um, Gouffre pursued criminal and civil actions against Little E and Jizz while appealing directly to the public for justice and awareness. She sued Jizz for defamation in 2015. The case was settled in Ginny's favor in 2017 for an undisclosed sum. Pretty sure Jizz had to pay her millions, which would be another reason she'd want her out of here. On July 2nd, 2019, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit ordered the unsealing of documents from Jizz's and Virginia's civil suit. Virginia's civil suit against Jizz. The first batch of documents was released on August 9th, 2019, the day before Little E was Epstein, further implicating Little E, Jizz, and their associates. The following day, Little E was found deceased in his Manhattan prison cell. In December 2019, BBC Panorama interview, Ginny described being transported by Little E to Britain's Andrew Mountbatten, Windsor, which shifted public opinion against the former prince, formerly known as Prince, right? She later sued Mountbatten Windsor in a New York civil court. The suit was settled in February 22. Settled in February 2022. And who was Epstein in February of 2022 in his jail cell in France? Jean-Luc Brunel. Right after, days after. I think he was Epstein on February 19th of 2022. And I think the suit was settled like February 10th to 15th, somewhere in there. Prince Andrew paid Ginny an undisclosed amount and made a substantial donation to her charity. Ginny passed by self in April 2025. Her memoir, Nobody's Girl, was published posthumously in October of 2025. Now, I want to just go through and read this whole thing, I think, this whole Wikipedia, because it gives you a good template of the overview. Ginny was born Virginia Louise Roberts in Sacramento, California, except her dad says no, on August 9th, 1983, to Sky William Roberts and Lynn Trude Cabell. She had an elder half-brother, Daniel Scott Wilson, from her mother's previous marriage, and the younger brother, Sky Rocket Roberts. The family relocated to Loxahatchee, it's a mouthful, in Palm Beach County, Florida, when she was 4 years old. It was reported that she had come from a troubled home and from the age of 7 was molested by a close family friend. In her memoir, Ginny stated that she was abused by her father from as early as the age of 7 and that he might have received payments from little E at some point, allegations which he denied. I was just so mentally scarred already at such a young age. I ran away from that, she said on Panorama in 2019. Ginny told the Miami Herald that she went from being in an abusive situation to being a runaway to living in foster homes. She lived on the streets at age 14, where she says she found only hunger and pain and more abuse. Later, she was abused by transporter Ron Eppinger in Miami. And again, in this book, she says she was 13. Not really a book, but a manuscript. She says she was 13. So when Eppinger picked her up. This on Wikipedia says 14, but I think it was 13. Where she says she found only hunger, pain, more abuse. Later, she was abused by transporter Ron Eppinger in Miami. She lived with Eppinger for approximately 6 months. Eppinger reportedly ran a front business for international transporting known as the modeling agency Perfect 10. He was raided by the feds and later pled guilty to charges of alien smuggling for prostitution, interstate travel for prostitution, and money laundering. At age 14, Ginny reunited with her father and returned to live with him. So it skips a very important part where actually Eppinger sold her to someone he knew, and then that person was raided by the FBI. And then when the FBI rescued her, her mom was apprehensive about taking her back, so she went to the group home, I think, for like a week, and then she busted out of the group home, and then she lived with her parents. So again, it says, at the age of 14, Ginny reunited with her father and returned to live with him. Her father worked as a maintenance manager at Mar-a-Lago property owned by Donnie Rat Bastard from Hell and helped Ginny obtain a job there. She attended Royal Palm Beach High School. So this makes it sound like she was 14, potentially. Never anywhere does it say how long her father worked at Mar-a-Lago. I find that um, sus. Like, why don't they want to say? They don't want to say how well he knew DJT or how well DJT knew him. We know that he introduced his teenager to DJT when he hooked her up with a job there, which I find astoundingly odd. Okay, association with little E. In the mid 2000s, Ginny met Jiz when working as a spa attendant at DJT's private Mar-a-Lago club while reading a book about massage therapy. Jiz, a British socialite and daughter of media tycoon Robert Maxwell, approached Ginny, noted the book that she was reading, inquired about her interest in massage, and offered her a potential job working for Little E as a traveling masseuse, with the assurance that no experience was necessary. When Ginny arrived at Little E's Palm Beach home, she says he was lying down naked. He's such a sick freak. And Jiz told her how to massage him. They seemed like nice people, so I trusted them. And I told them I'd had a really hard time in my life up until then. I'd been a runaway, I'd been abused. Who the F meets somebody in the buff? Little E, right? That was the worst thing I could have told them because now they knew how vulnerable I was, Ginny stated. Ginny stated that after Jiz introduced to her to Lil E, the two quickly began grooming her to provide services under the guise that she was to be trained as a professional massage therapist. Between 2000 and 2002, Ginny was closely associated with Little E and Jiz. I think it was more like 98, give or take a year. And I'm going to, in my opinion, it's more like 97, 98, but I'm not sure. In my opinion, I'm sure that it was no later than 98 from all of what I've learned here. But the official story is 2000 to 2002. The many years that they spent together was 2. All of the years that they knew each other was 2. Traveling between Little E's residences in Palm Beach and Manhattan at the Herbert and Strauss house, with additional trips to Little E's Zora Ranch in New Mexico and private island Little St. James. In the Miami Herald's investigative journalism series, Perversion of Justice, Ginny describes her experiences of being transported by Little E to provide massages and services for him and a number of his business associates over a 2.5-year period. But see, that doesn't make sense either because their official story is that it was like the summer of 2000 until the summer of 2002, which would only be 2 years. But here they're leaving that door open for an extra 6 months. But I think it was like twice that long at least. I think it was at least 4 years, if not 5. Over a 2.5-year period. In her interview with the BBC, Ginny said she was passed around like a platter of fruit to Little E's powerful associates and then taken around the world on private jets. Of the instance in March 01 that Ginny was allegedly transported to former Prince Andrew, she stated in an interview that it was a wicked and really scary time in her life and that she couldn't comprehend how, in the highest level of government, powerful people were allowing this to happen. Not just allowing, but participating in it. I want to interject here that she grew up reading Cinderella. Like, that was her favorite story. She read it a lot. And she grew up in Florida. So where Disney World is. It's my opinion from all of the learning that I've done about her trauma with the former prince specifically, that sent her into a tailspin like nothing else, because she had this mindset that meeting a prince would be like the greatest thing on earth, and yet it was the furthest thing from it. Anna Bees, hi Jazz and Dang It Nancy and everyone. Nice to see you, my dear. So nice to see you. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. So yeah, I think it really messed with her head that she grew up thinking, a prince was the best thing that could happen to you, and in her experience, it was the worst thing that could happen to her. I think she kind of had a psychiatric break almost after her experiences with him, in my opinion. So after visiting a nightclub, Ginny says Jiz told her that she had to do for Andrew what I do for little E. In court documents from a civil suit that were released from Seal in 2019, and that was the day before little E was Epsteined. Ginny named several others that she claims little E and Jiz instructed her to have sex with, including a hedge fund manager, Glenn Dubin, attorney Alan Dershowitz, politician Bill Richardson, MIT scientist Marvin Minsky, lawyer George J. Mitchell, and MC2 modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel. Many of the men denied Ginny's allegations. In September of 2002, at the age of 19, Ginny flew to Thailand and attended the International Training Massage School in Chiang Mai. Maxwell provided her with tickets to travel to Thailand and instructed her to meet with a specific Thai girl. I said Maxwell, I meant Jiz. That girl, and to bring her back to the US for little E. While at the massage school in Thailand in 2002, she met Rob Gouffre, an Australian martial arts trainer, and the two married quickly thereafter. I think within 10 days of meeting. She contacted little E and informed him that she would not be returning as planned. And he owned her. She was his property, just like when he stole her from his ex-friend DJT, and she was Mar-a-Lago's property as far as they were concerned back then. She and her hubby started a life and family in Australia, and Ginny broke off contact with little E and Jiz. For 5 years, Ginny and her husband lived a quiet life in Australia with their young children. So they were married in 2002, and they had the first 5 years, they already had the 3 kids. So that would be 2007. But her 15-year-old wouldn't have been born until 2010, because she's like 15 or 16 now, the youngest one, the girl. I'm just trying to figure out how old the boys are. They're somewhere around 18 and 19, in my opinion, because she had the 2 boys and then she had a girl. I know the girl was 15 at the time that Ginny lost her life, but I don't know how old the boys were. But I think that one of them might have not been a minor already, which wouldn't make sense of her having a restraining order to not contact them in the event that the one wasn't a minor. That wouldn't really make sense to me from what I know of the law and how that works. But a lot of this doesn't make sense, because I think a lot of it's bullshit, to speak bluntly, right? I don't know how that Robert Kennedy's wife was red rummed either. Well, I believe she was found hanging allegedly at the farmhouse ranch that she lived at alone, just like Virginia. Sorry, I'm late. I woke up earlier and then fell back asleep after a while. Oh, I'm glad you got your rest, though. That's great, Anna Bees. First contact by authorities in March 2005. while Gouffre was still. Oh, see, she didn't have her daughter wasn't born yet in March of '05. She only had the two boys, and they were 18 months and just a handful of months. So that would mean that her oldest son was born somewhere around 2003. Let's say 2004, which would mean that he'd be like 21 now. Wow. Okay. And then the other one would have been born in around '05, which would make him around 20 right now. Okay. While Gouffre was still establishing her family in Australia, the Palm Beach Police Department began investigating Little E after a 14-year-old girl and her parents reported his behavior. The girl described being recruited by a female classmate from her high school to give Little E a massage at his mansion in exchange for cash, wherein he subsequently molested her. By October '05, the police had a growing list of girls with similar claims of Rex abuse statements from Little E's butlers corroborating their claims in a search warrant for his Palm Beach property. I got to interject here. So this is all saying 2005, but I don't think that her boys were born until after 2005. The feds didn't contact her in Australia until after the sweetheart deal was signed, sealed, and delivered. So that would have been 2008. So they were probably born more like 2006, 2007, making them more like 18 and 19. Okay, got it. Yeah, it's you just can't believe stuff you read online. People get things wrong all the freaking time. Sometimes on purpose, sometimes by accident. Um, Police detectives noted that the accusers all described a similar pattern where Little E would ask them to massage him and then assault them during the massage. When police searched through Little E's trash, they found notes with the telephone numbers of the girls on them. This is great. One of the girls was called by Little E's assistant while being questioned by the police. Talk about being caught red handed. Ginny told the Miami Herald that she received a series of phone calls in rapid succession over 3 days in '07. The first call was from Jiz. Then 1 day later came a call from Little E, both of whom asked if she had spoken to authorities. These were followed by a third call from an FBI agent who stated that Ginny had been identified as a victim during the first criminal case against Little E. She resisted speaking at length to the FBI until she was approached again about the matter in person, this time by the Australian Federal Police 6 months after being contacted by phone. Photos, records, and witnesses confirm large parts of Ginny's statements about her time with Little E. Legal proceedings. First criminal case against Little E. In '06, a year before Ginny was first contacted by authorities, the Palm Beach Police Department had a growing body of evidence against Little E and signed a probable cause affidavit charging him with multiple counts of unlawful Rex acts with a minor. Little E hired a team of powerful lawyers, including Alan Dershowitz, sick scum of the earth, Jack Goldberger, Ken Starr, another one that is closely affiliated with DJT, that Ken Starr, and Jay Lefkowitz, Lefkowitz, to serve in his defense. As the case progressed, Police Chief Michael Ritter became alarmed at the handling of the case by state prosecutors, and then State Attorney Barry Krischer. I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Krischer. On May 1st, '06, Ritter asked Krischer to remove himself from the case. When Krischer declined, Police Chief Ryder turned his evidence over to the FBI for federal prosecution. While Ryder was initially hopeful that the feds would thoroughly investigate, one second. Hello? Oh, can you call your dad? I'm on live. Okay, he's awake. Okay, love you. Bye. All right. Sorry about that little interruption. I'm glad that I saw her call, though, right away. She's usually not ready until like an hour from now. Where was I? The FBI would thoroughly investigate and move the matter to a conclusion. In 2007, then South Florida U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta decided not to prosecute Little E in federal court and referred the matter back to the local jurisdiction. Lead police detective Joseph Riccari said that the state prosecutors were at first eager to pursue criminal action against Little E, but that everything took a turn when lawyer Alan Dershowitz got involved. This is really why I wanted to read this whole Wikipedia thing, mostly was to get to the crap with that dirtbag Harvard lawyer. Everything took a turn when dirtbag Harvard lawyer got involved. Krishner then decided to take the unusual action of turning Little E's case over to a grand jury and then presented testimony from only one girl. Little E's legal team aggressively sought concessions and prolonged the process when negotiating a plea deal with Acosta. Acosta, the biggest dirtbag on planet Earth. I mean, who described the tactics of Little E's lawyers as a year-long assault on the prosecution and prosecutors, eventually agreed to sign a controversial non-prosecution agreement in 2008, which was done without informing the victims, later determined to be in violation of the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Ryder expressed that the state and federal prosecutors' handling of Little E's case amounted to the worst failure of the criminal justice system in modern times. I want to repeat that whole sentence. Ryder expressed that state and federal prosecutors' handling of the Little E case amounted to, quote, the worst failure of the criminal justice system, end quote, in modern times. And just in the last 24 hours, I've heard it more than usual, people saying that this whole cover-up with our government is the worst cover-up in the history of the world. I agree. I totally agree with that. Crime Victims' Rights Act lawsuit, 2008 to 2019. 11 years, you guys. In 2008, a lawsuit, Jane Doe versus the USA, was filed by Bradley Edwards, my hero, and Paul G. Cassell, that accused the U.S. Justice Department of violating the Crime Victims' Rights Act during the first criminal case against Little E by failing to allow several of his victims to challenge his plea deal. Little E sued Bradley Edwards for civil racketeering, but later dropped his suit. Edwards countersued. This is so complicated. This is how it always was with Virginia and dirtbag Dershowitz, okay? Check this out. It's like you can't even keep track. Little E sued Bradley Edwards for civil racketeering, but later dropped his suit. Edwards countersued for malicious prosecution, with the result that Little E issued a public apology to the lawyer and settled the case for an undisclosed sum in December 2018. Edwards, who represents several Epstein Little E accusers in addition to Virginia, reportedly settled in aid of his clients, whose greatest wish was to pursue their larger objective of having their allegations heard in a federal court in order to overturn the non prosecution agreement. Edwards stated that they're willing to talk, they want to share their stories. This was part of their healing. In a February 2019 ruling, District Judge Kenneth Mara determined that prosecutors had violated victims' rights as defined by the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Victim civil suit. In May 2009, Ginny filed a lawsuit as Jane Doe 102 against Little E and accused Jiz of recruiting her to a life of being transported while she was a minor. By late 2009, dozens of Little E's victims had filed civil lawsuits against him. All suits were settled for undisclosed amounts. In January 2022, unsealed documents revealed that the settlement amount of the 2009 case entitled Jane Doe number 102 versus Little E was $500,000, equivalent to $750,000 in 2024, and other unspecified valuable consideration. Ginny credited the birth of her daughter on January 7th, 2010, as the date she decided to come forward publicly and begin speaking out about her experience of abuse and transporting despite the risks. Vanity Fair stated that Ginny's story was first publicized in March 2011 by the Mail on Sunday. That's the name of the publication, The Mail on Sunday. The coverage included the photo showing the former Prince Andrew with his arm around her at Jiz's house in Belgravia, London. FBI agents again made contact with Ginny, this time at the U.S. consulate in Sydney in 2011. And 2011 was when Pam Bondi was the AG for Florida. So 2011 was when her tenure as the Attorney General for the state of Florida started, and it went up until 2019. Important to know that. And check out that this fucking guy episode on Hysteria that I linked up in the description yesterday. That is their episode of Pamela Bondi that they just dropped on. I think they just dropped it yesterday, maybe Saturday actually. Okay. This time, the U.S. consulate in Sydney, 2011, soon after she went public with allegations against Little E. In December 2014, Ginny set up the framework for her organization, Victims Refuse Silence. It was registered as a 5013 nonprofit organization in 2015. The objective of Victims Refuse Silence is to help survivors surmount the shame, silence, and intimidation typically experienced by victims of Rex abuse, and to help others to escape becoming victims of Rex transporting. For her organization, Ginny used imagery of a blue morpho butterfly to symbolize the transformation and empowerment that occurs when a victim becomes a survivor. But I think that the butterfly and maybe the blue butterfly, I'm not sure about that, but I'm pretty sure that the butterfly is a symbol in the dark Titanic type of RA. So just want to add that. Symbolize the transformation and empowerment that occurs when a victim becomes a survivor. Blue is the international color of human transporting awareness. The U.S. has designated January as Human Transporting Awareness Month, with January 11th listed as National Wear Blue Day. Ginny's charity was relaunched in November of 21 under the name Speak Out, Act, Reclaim. Um, in December 2014, Florida court in a December 2014 Florida court filing intended for inclusion in the '08 Crime Victims' Rights Act lawsuit. Ginny described being trafficked to former Prince Andrew at least 3 times in '01 when she was 17. She stated that Little E and Jiz took her to Tramp nightclub in London, where she met and danced with Andrew. And later that night, while en route to Jiz's residence, Jiz instructed Ginny to do for the prince, for the former prince, what you do for Little E. She alleged that Little E paid her $15,000 after she had done that for the former prince in London. A photo that shows Ginny, the former prince, and Jiz in Jiz's apartment has been widely circulated since 2011. Um, Former Prince's 10-year role with the UK trade envoy was terminated in July 2011, and he reportedly cut all ties with Little E. Jiz, while serving her prison sentence, stated to several interviewers that she believed that the photograph was fake. See, she should get sued for that again by Virginia's family, in my opinion, because that's just blasphemy. And it's intentional blasphemy because she knows it's a freaking lie. Following the allegations, the Mail on Sunday, which first published the photograph in 2011, was contacted by the photographer Michael Thomas, who took 39 copies of it front and back. The back of the photo has a timestamp showing it was developed on March 13, 2001, 3 days after the former prince allegedly engaged in those activities with Ginny. And it was printed at a 1-hour photo lab at Walgreens in Florida near Ginny's former home. The second encounter with the former prince allegedly happened at Little E's New York mansion. But I don't think that was, she wasn't a minor by New York standards. If she was 17, I'm pretty sure that was not statutory, but still transporting nonetheless. Let's see, happened at Little E's New York mansion. In court documents, Ginny stated that the third encounter with the former prince was an orgy on Little St. James that involved her, several underage girls from Eastern Europe, the former prince, and Little E himself. So effing gross. Where's my barf bag? In 2015, spokespersons for the British royal family stated that any suggestion of impropriety with underage minors is categorically untrue, later repeating the denials. Requests from Ginny's lawyers for a statement under oath from the prince about the allegations were returned unanswered. In her posthumous memoir, Nobody's Girl, Ginny, Jiz and Ginny, stated that she first had Rex with the former prince on March 10th, 2001. And then here's the launch of the civil suit, Ginny against the former prince, and the settlement. On August 9th, 2001, Ginny filed a civil lawsuit in New York. That's her birthday, 2021, against Prince Andrew, alleging that she was forced to have several encounters with him in the early 2000s after being transported by Little E when she was 16 and 17 years old. Andrew denied Ginny's claims. On January 12th, 2022, Judge Lewis A. Kaplan rejected Andrew's attempts to dismiss the case, allowing the SA lawsuit to proceed. On February 15th, 2022, the parties reached an out-of-court settlement, and 4 days later, Jean-Luc Brunel was Epsteined in his jail cell in France. Very important to know that. And this is 6 months before Jiz's sentencing and 6.5 months before Ivana flies down a flight of stairs to her demise. February 15th, 22. The parties reached an out-of-court settlement, which included the former prince, making a substantial donation to Ginny's charity. As part of the settlement, the former prince acknowledged that it is known that Little E transported countless young girls over many years and that he regrets his association with Little E and commends the bravery of Ms. Gouffre and other survivors in standing up for themselves and others. The former prince pledged to demonstrate his regret for his association with Little E by supporting the fight against the evils of transporting and by supporting its victims. The settlement, and he might be getting subpoenaed like next week, in my understanding, into Congress here in the USA. Maybe. Are you guys familiar with this? The settlement was estimated to be as high as 12 million pounds, part of which went to SOAR, the advocacy charity for survivors of transporting that Ginny had founded. In August 2022, the Sun newspaper reported the settlement figure to be around 3 million pounds, much lower than the values initially reported. That's a lie. Alleged attempt by the former prince to smear Gouffre. Now, this is what he's going to get nailed for. This is what he's getting nailed for right now by his own government. Are you ready? This is freaking poetic. Poetic justice. On October 18th, 2025, it was reported that the former prince had instructed one of his taxpayer-funded personal bodyguard officers to investigate Ginny. This would include ensuring that he would be provided with her date of birth and U.S. Social Security number, which, by the way, Doge has those for all of us. Yep. Which means Daddy Vladdy and Bibi has those for all of us, in my opinion. In an apparent attempt to dig up dirt on her just before the widely circulated photograph of them together came to light. The next day, the Metropolitan Police announced that they were assessing the alleged misuse of police resources, as well as the claim that the former prince pressured the personal bodyguard to dig up dirt on Ginny. And here we go. Alan Dershowitz allegations and related lawsuits. Ginny claims that Little E transported her to lawyer and Harvard law professor emeritus Alan Dershowitz at least 6 times. The first when she was age 16. He denied the claims. Dershowitz represented Little E in his 2008 criminal conviction and helped to negotiate the controversial non-prosecution agreement on his behalf. The claims first appeared in a December 30th, 2014 Florida court filing by lawyers Bradley Edwards and Paul Cassell, which alleged that Dershowitz was one of several prominent figures, including the former prince, to have participated in such activities with a minor later identified as Ginny. The affidavit from Ginny was meant for inclusion as part of the 2008 lawsuit Jane Doe versus the USA, accusing the Justice Department of violating the Crime Victims' Rights Act during Little E's first criminal case. Dershowitz dirtbag vehemently denies the allegations in Ginny's statement and sought disbarment of Edwards and Cassell, the lawyers filing the suit. Edwards and Cassell sued Dershowitz dirtbag for defamation in 2015. he countersued. The two parties settled in 2016 for an undisclosed financial sum. Following the denials by Dershowitz dirtbag, Ginny stated, "I'm going to be bullied back into silence." Following denials by Dershowitz dirtbag, Ginny stated, "I'm not going to be bullied back into silence." Freudian slip, because I do think that she was bullied into saying that she confused him with somebody else. Totally. She did a similar thing with DJT and her allegations against him too, as did everyone who made allegations and formal allegations and filed lawsuits against DJT for that type of assault. They all recanted across the boards. I believe they were bullied. In 2014, Ginny was represented by Stanley Pottinger, whose firm specializes in SA cases involving women and children. Anticipating the challenges that awaited Ginny in accusing extremely wealthy and powerful individuals, Pottinger looked for another lawyer that could match this. At the request of Pottinger, David Boies and his firm, Boies, Schiller, Flexner, began representing Ginny pro bono in 2014. Boies represented several of Little E's accusers. In addition, Boies' attorneys for Ginny included Brad Edwards and Paul Cassell. Launch of civil lawsuit Virginia Giuffre again versus Alan Dershowitz, 2019. Just 6 years ago, April, or almost 7 now. April 2019, Giuffre filed a federal civil defamation lawsuit against Alan Dershowitz in New York, with David Boies as her lawyer. That same month, Maria Farmer filed an affidavit in support of Giuffre's defamation suit against Dershowitz dirtbag, which stated that while Farmer worked signing in guests at Little E's front desk in 95-96, she had regularly encountered Dershowitz at the New York mansion at times when underage girls were present. So that was a couple of years before Virginia's association and affiliation with Little E and Jizz. In June, Dershowitz filed a motion to dismiss Giuffre's suit, which was later denied, and a motion to disqualify Boies' firm from representing her, which was later approved. That kills me. Like, why? Ginny stated in September 2019 that she continued to stand by her claims of misconduct by dirtbag Dershowitz. Dershowitz dirtbag accused Boies of pressuring Ginny to provide false testimony, in response to which Boies sued dirtbag Dershowitz in November 2019 for defamation. In October 2019, Charles Cooper took over representation of Ginny in the defamation suit against dirtbag after a judge ruled that Boies could not continue as Ginny's lawyer because the dirtbag's claim that she conspired with her attorneys to make false claims had turned Boies into a potential witness. Now, if that wasn't calculated on the Harvard law professor on that dirtbag's part, I don't know what was. Fully calculated, turning him into a witness. What a freaking jerk. Boies filed a separate defamation lawsuit against Dershowitz for implying he had pressured Ginny into making false claims. So many lawsuits just muddy the water. Like, how do you even see straight? A 2020 court filing by Dershowitz in the case brought to light that Ginny claimed that she had been assaulted by Ehud Barak after being transported by him to Little E. Both The dirtbag and Barack denied the validity of Ginny's claims. All claims were dismissed on November 8th, 2022, after attorneys for Virginia Boys and the dirtbag filed joint stipulations and no fees were awarded to either side. Ginny stated she may have been mistaken in identifying Dershowitz. Unbelievable. Such a snake. My opinion is he has as much to do with her being Epstein as anybody could, in my humble conspiracy theory opinion, allegedly. Additional civil cases: Virginia Roberts affidavit 2014. Ginny filed court papers in Florida in January 2015 stating that Little E trafficked her to the former prince and dirtbag Dershowitz. In a sworn affidavit, she claims Jiz worked as Little E's madam. In April 2015, a federal judge ruled that Ginny could not join the Federal Crime Victims' Rights Act lawsuit. I don't understand that. And her affidavit was stricken from the case. It's crazy. Virginia Giuffre versus Jiz 2015. As a result of Ginny's allegations and Jiz's comments about them, Ginny sued Jiz for defamation in federal court in New York in September of 2015. After much legal confrontation, the case was settled under seal in June 2017, with Jiz reportedly paying Ginny millions, quote unquote millions. On January 8th, 2024, so 2 years ago almost, and I've been talking about this a lot the last couple of days because of that Nadia Markovich, or however you say her last name, that disappeared right after this, immediately after this. January 8th, 2024, the court unsealed documents related to this lawsuit, totaling 4,553 pages and revealing the names of over 150 people connected to Little E. So that entire 4,553 pages was uploaded to the cloud by Virginia herself. And I have a link to it in the description of the first of the three-part series of the Billionaires Playboy Club. In the description is a link to that entire document. So the names of over 150 people, you guys. Rena O versus Virginia Giuffre, 2021. Rena O sued Ginny for defamation in October 2021 in Manhattan federal court for $20 million in damages. The lawsuit referenced a series of tweets Ginny made which accused O of helping transport girls for Little E, while O maintained she was a victim who had never helped transporters. O acknowledged that she introduced 3 young women to Little E, including Marjik Chartouni, and that she had taken Ginny shopping for a schoolgirl outfit on Little E's orders. In 2022, in court documents, O accused Ginny of touching her sexually without consent while Little E watched, but Ginny denied the claim. Ginny filed a counterclaim in May 2022, alleging O had cut her during S&M games done for Little E. Second criminal case against Little E. Little E was arrested on July 6 of 2019 at Teterboro Airport in Jersey and charged with transporting and conspiracy by prosecutors with the Public Corruption Unit of the Southern District of New York. In the indictment, Little E was accused of soliciting massages from underage girls where the activities became increasingly sexual, and then of enlisting the girls to recruit other underage victims for pay. U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman, this is the guy who's the social worker, of the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York, appealed for other victims of Little E to come forward. The federal indictment also listed the key role of Little E's paid employees and associates responsible for scheduling victims. 1 month after his arrest, Little E was found deceased on August 10th, 2019, after reportedly hanging himself from his Manhattan prison cell. On August 29th, in the wake of Little E's death 19 days prior, the case against Little E was closed after District Judge Richard Berman dismissed all transporting charges. I'm just blown away by, like, I don't know that they should have been dismissed, since they still had Jiz on the hook and she was MIA. Anyway, let me just keep reading. Judge Berman expressed support for Little E's accusers, stating that he invited them to speak publicly at a hearing on August 27th, 2019, out of respect for the difficult decisions victims made to come forward. Ginny was among the 16 women who spoke publicly at the hearing, which included Anushka DeGiorgio, Sarah Ransom, Jennifer Araoz, it's Araoz. Can't even make my mouth do that. Shantae Davies, Courtney Wild, Teresa Helm, and Marjik Chartouni. At the hearing, Gouffre stated the reckoning must not end. It must continue. He did not act alone. We, the victims, know that. Prosecutors signaled that they would continue an investigation for potential co-conspirators. Media coverage and appearances. Ginny appeared on a special edition of Dateline NBC with Savannah Guthrie discussing the Little E scandal, along with victims Anushka DeGiorgio, Rachel Benavides, Jennifer Araz, Marjik Chartouni, and Shantae Davies. The special, titled Reckoning, aired on September 20th, 2019. Virginia was interviewed for the 60 Minutes Australia investigation that aired on November 10th, 2019. I think I linked that up in one of the 3-part series of the Billionaires Playboy Club that I just finished yesterday in the descriptions. What? What? Anna Bees. The 60 Minutes Australia investigation that aired on November 10th, 2019. In the program, she described her experiences of being transported by Little E and Jiz to have Rex with the former prince 3 times in 01. The first time being in London at Jiz's residence, the second at Little E's New York mansion, and the final occurrence involving multiple girls and the prince on Little St. James. Why were the transporting charges dismissed? Since he died. Again, what a brilliant interference or intervention for people that didn't want it to go to trial. Yeah. Ginny also gave an interview in October of 2019 to the BBC and described her experience of being transported by Little E to the former prince for a panorama special, The Prince and the Little E Scandal, which aired on December 2nd, 2019. In the program, Ginny directly appealed to the public by stating, I implore the people in the UK to stand up beside me, to help me fight this fight, to not accept this as being okay. BBC Emily Matlis conducted a news night interview with the former prince discussing Ginny's allegations and his friendship with Little E, which aired on November 16th, 2019, and his life has never been the same since. Ah, Rose. Um, Rose. Oh, thank you. That Spanish name that I couldn't get. Thank you. Awesome. Anna Bees, you were so good with that. I appreciate it. Um, the reaction to the prince's conduct during the interview was of overwhelming disapproval. This, combined with Ginny's public appeal, resulted in a widespread shift in opinion by the British people. The former prince resigned from his royal duties on November 20th of 2019 as a number of organizations and charities that he was connected to severed ties. Despite the prince's promises to assist authorities in January 2020, U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman stated that the former prince had provided zero cooperation. Shocking. After the FBI and the Southern District of New York had requested to interview him as part of the Little E inquiry. In July 2020, following Jiz's federal indictment, Ginny was interviewed by Gayle King for CBS This Morning. Ginny and other survivors of Little E's transporting ring were featured in the 4-part documentary series Surviving Jeffrey Epstein, which premiered on August 9th, 2020 on Lifetime. Again, her birthday, the year after he was Epsteined. He was Epsteined the day after her birthday of 2019. Exactly, very telling. Manuscript and memoir. Ginny's unpublished manuscript, The Billionaire's Playboy Club, describes her experiences with Little E and a man identified as Eppinger. Though never commercially released, this manuscript was filed as evidence during her 2015 lawsuit against Maxwell and became public in 2019 when the court unsealed the document. In her second memoir, Nobody's Girl, a memoir of surviving abuse and fighting for justice, her second memoir was co authored with journalist Amy Wallace beginning in 2021. It was posthumously published by Alfred A. Knopf on October 21st, 2025. So just three weeks ago. What is that? 3 weeks ago tomorrow, I think. Yeah. Personal Life and Health and Death. In October 2025, Ginny's posthumous memoir stated that while being transported to numerous men in July of 2001, she felt ill with stabbing abdominal pain and irregular bleeding, waking up in a pool of blood after being taken to the hospital by Little E. And she could have just had like 12,000 STDs, right? Gross. Um, Ginny was heavily sedated. She stated that a few days after she was discharged, she began to piece things together and noticed a tiny incision near my belly button, which one of the other girls in the house told me was consistent with a laparoscopic surgery for an ectopic pregnancy. How scary to notice an incision near your belly button and not know what it's from. Like, I mean, seriously, she could have been abducted by aliens at the Zora Ranch, right? OMG. But Little E told me I'd suffered a miscarriage, which is something altogether different. She further wrote with that her medical records made no mention of a miscarriage. And so sad that she can't even trust the medical records, can't trust the medical professionals, man. That sucks. Like you just don't know which way is up when you can't trust anything or anyone. Ginny alleged that she had been savagely raped by a well known prime minister. And again, Ehud Barak was prime minister 99 through 2001. But Bibi had been the prime minister of the country that starts with an I. He'd been the prime minister prior to 99. So he's been the prime minister, I think, ever since '01. Or maybe not ever since '01. No, there were a couple others and then him. So um, she usually refers to the prime minister as a former prime minister. So a lot of people think it's Ehud Barak. Personally, I think it's Bibi, but could be both. Um, Definitely one of them. Although it could be a couple of the others too, I guess, in all reality. Ginny also alleged that little E and Jiz sought to use her as a surrogate mother for a baby that they planned to have together. So sweet. They all lived happily never after. Following her marriage to Robert Gouffre in '02, Ginny lived in Glenning Valley on the Central Coast, New Wales, for 11 years. Together, they had three children, two sons and a daughter. The family relocated to the U.S. in November of 13, initially spending time in Florida and later in Colorado in 2015. I think because her parents had divorced and her mom had moved to Colorado. So she wanted to mend that uh, severed relationship. The family moved from the US back to Cairns, Queensland in 2017. In 2020, she moved with her family to Ocean Reef in Perth, Western Australia. The family purchased a farming property in near Gabby in August 2023 after securing the settlement from Prince Andrew. Ginny and her husband reportedly separated in 2024. Some members of her family said that she had separated from Robert even earlier in August of 23 when she first raised the subject of divorce. In April 2025, Ginny publicly stated that her husband had physically abused her for many years. Court documents released as part of her litigation with Jiz indicated that Robert was arrested in Colorado in 2015 and pled guilty to DV, for which she was placed on probation. Ginny said Robbie was violent again in January 2025 when the family gathered for a birthday celebration for one of the children. Robert accused Ginny of breaching a family violence restraining order in February, and a court hearing was set. For several months afterwards, she was prevented from seeing her children. Asked for comment by the press days after her car accident in early April of 25, she denied violating any such order and added that she would defend herself against his malicious claim. At the time of her death, she had been in a custody battle for her three children with Robert, with whom she was undergoing a divorce. I don't think her oldest kid was under 18, though, so that doesn't make sense. But none of it makes sense to me, honestly. That's just my opinion. On March 31st, 2025, in an Instagram post, Ginny said that her car collided with a school bus traveling at 110 kilometers per hour, 70 miles per hour, 110 kilometers per hour, or 70 miles per hour. She said that despite being banged up and bruised, she initially went home after the accident, but was subsequently taken to the hospital as her condition deteriorated and was informed that she had gone into renal failure and was given 4 days to live. Utter cocky-pock, as far as I'm concerned. That makes zero sense. She was later discharged. Ginny's family said that the bus driver had a bus full of distraught children and left the scene to get them back, saying he would file a police report. Western Australia police confirmed that on March 25th, 2025, they received a report from a bus driver of a minor crash involving a car and a bus near Perth on March 24th, 2025, but that no injuries had been reported. Ginny died by self at her home in near Gabby, Western Australia on April 25th, 2025, at the age of 41. Her father at first accepted the alleged cause of death as self, but on May 1st said he thought that somebody got to her. Ginny's Australian based attorney, Carrie Loudon, said she believed that Ginny's death was not suspicious in any way. At the time, the BBC noted that there is still much that is not known about Miss Giuffre's last days or her personal circumstances. See, I think that that's the most important sentence right there. The BBC noted that there is still much that is not known about Ginny's last days or her personal circumstances. Okay. So I am needing to take a quick bathroom break. It's been almost 2 hours. So strange. And I appreciate you guys being here so much. I'm just going to go to the restroom that's further away so you don't have to hear the toilet flush. And then I will come back and read some more. Thanks again. Hold on just a sec. Isn't that so cool? You can come on in, baby. Come on in. Chi-Chi, come on in. Okay, Coco, you too. She's going to knock my book down. I knew it. Here, let's get her to be the one talking to you guys, right? Come here, baby. Oh my goodness, she's so cute. Look at that. Can you see her? And sorry that oh my goodness, you get to see her little, I'm going to kick everything over. There's not enough room for all of us up here. Okay. Let's see. I've got all my linens over there. And let's see. Let's see if she'll come back and cuddle. So Anna B's, one of my favorite content creators, Boston Brian, came into the chat at the beginning, and he has just achieved 15,000 subs on his channel. I think his channel is only like a year old. He's really, really good. Well, but he got his start with Midas Touch too, so he kind of had a kick start, a jump start. But he deserves it. He's amazing. He's like an expert in World War II, and he's just extremely funny and witty and authentic. And I couldn't believe he came into my chat, and he even gave me money. But the best part was just that he came into my chat and said hi. Like, I thought I was dreaming. I had to like pinch myself. And then I totally embarrassed him probably and myself by telling him I had a crush on him. I just got to be a big dork. That's like my obligation to myself. And my goodness, look at my hair. Ah, couldn't be worse. There. Could it be any worse? And I'm telling you about it not to embarrass myself, not to embarrass him, but to alert you to check out Boston Brian's channel. That's all. So let's get on to this introduction. And again, I'm reading this for educational purposes. I'm trying to put my own spin on it and utilizing fair use, but it has to be very, very much my own spin and very much educationally aimed. So I'm going to keep doing everything I can for that. She could have went into rhabdomyolysis if she was very banged up. The lactic acid builds up and tries to be excreted by the kidneys, which fail, and bilirubin gets into the blood. Usually happens if you physically exert yourself. Wow, thank you for that explanation, Anna Bees. I had a friend about a year ago. It was like May, so it was a year and 4 months ago, I think. A year and 6 months ago, who was in a really bad car accident, and he survived the accident, except then he didn't. So yeah, he could have gone into shock. I mean, I know more of the story, but I'm gonna just leave it at that. He survived the accident, but then he passed away later, same day. So yeah, I know that the body can be very mysterious, and thank you for your insight, because you're so smart with your professional information and everything. So let's life is not a private affair. A story and its lessons are only made useful if shared. That's by Dan Millman, Way of the Peaceful Warrior. Just a quote in the introduction. Just a few hours ago, a visit. Oh, this is great. This just gets right into Virginia. This is her voice. Just a few hours ago, a visit to the Louvre seemed like a brilliant way to cheer myself up. But now the sadness overtakes me. I am so far from home. It is June 2021, and I am on the second floor of the world's largest art museum, surrounded by strangers and yet very much alone. It is a weird time to be in Paris, which has just reopened after the COVID-19 pandemic swept the globe. And the streets are largely empty of tourists who have only now been allowed to fly into France. I look like a tourist, another blonde American mom in blue jeans and ballet flats, but I did not come to Paris to sightsee. I am here to do a job that never gets any easier. I'm here to stand up to those who have hurt me. I am here to reclaim my life. Leaving my hotel this morning, I felt strong. The sun sparked and the air was warm, as if to make fun of all the sweaters I'd packed. I thought of my husband, Robbie, back in Australia where we live. I knew he was hosting a sleepover for our 3 kids and 3 of their friends. And I could imagine him frazzled as he telephoned our favorite pizza place and ordered way too many pies. That you got to be very brave to have 3 kids for 3 of your kids having 3 different guests all on the same night, that's a lot of supervising that needs to be done. Let's see. You are my little warrior, my husband likes to tell me, and he said it again before I boarded the plane from Perth to Paris. I can't always see myself as Robbie does, but today, as I set off on foot and headed towards the sign, SEINE, I felt connected to his fierce ideal of me. And I'm just checking out how bad my hair is. Because, I got to be vain. I'm a girl, right? It's nuts. It's totally nuts. Why? Why? That's part of the problem with the headphones is that I can't wear my ball cap to make it all just disappear. Put it all under wraps. Okay. From my hotel on Rue Scribe, I easily found my way to Avenue de Opera and headed south toward the Louvre. It had been 20 years since I'd walked these streets, but it seemed as if I knew the route. Visiting the museum was a gift I decided to give myself, a few hours away from my lawyers and the questions. For days they had been grilling me, and I understood why. In order to maximize the impact of the testimony I was here to give, I had to be focused, ready for anything. It's like training for a sport. But I badly needed a break. When a morning off presented itself, I knew exactly where I wanted to go. Now I made a beeline for the Louvre's iconic metal and glass pyramid, scanned my ticket, and rode the escalator down. My plan was to relax and wander the galleries, escaping my ugliest memories by immersing myself in pure beauty. For a while, everything went as I'd imagined. I lost myself in the larger-than-life bronze and marble sculptures, texting my husband photos of the 4 captives, a quartet of soldiers in shackles, and of Hercules fighting an oversized snake. That's good symbolism. Let's see. That is very cool. I'm so glad he came into your chat. I know. I'm just so glad that he knows I exist. I mean, I go into his chats all the time, but his chats are moving like a million miles an hour. I think they are fidgeting on some of the numbers, fidging on some of the numbers, dates, etc. That's so sad. I'm sorry, Jazz. Yes, I don't think I ever let my 2 kids have friends over at the same time. No, me neither. Never. Not once, I don't think. But I absolutely think there's a lot of fudging on numbers. I think that there was probably a lot of intimidation. You look cute. Aw. That's all that matters, right? I got my cute puppy dogs trying to get all comfy. These pillows keep shifting around. Let me see if I can just be as comfortable as possible so I can read for as long as possible. Okay. Because it's my idea that I should be able to do this in a week with you, Annabese, in you and whoever else would like to be present. And of course, you're not obligated by any means. Oh, where was I? My plan was to relax and wander in the galleries, escaping my ugliest memories by immersing myself in pure beauty. I might be rereading a little. For a while, everything went as I'd imagined. I lost myself in the larger-than-life. Yeah, there we go. Bronze and marble sculpture, the Hercules fighting for an oversized snake. That's where I was like, I hate snakes. But yeah, Hercules, it's a Herculean, you know, David and Goliath. I don't even know how you're supposed to say it. You can tell me, Anna Bees, you're an expert with that stuff. I was in no rush. I figured I'd get to the Mona Lisa eventually. But then, unsure exactly where I was going, I climbed a flight of stairs, turned a corner, and froze. I know this room, screamed a voice inside my head. I'd been in this precise spot before 2 decades ago, and when I was just 17, totally triggered. Um, one sec. I've always wanted to go there. I love art. Yeah, I've never been to Europe. Um, so I'm just trying to look up how you say David and Goliath. Are you supposed to say David and Goliath or David and Goliath? I'm not even sure. But we all know this story, right? I could ask the Annunciation. Annunciation doesn't want to tell me why. Why? Let me try it again. It really doesn't want to tell me. Is Goliath pronounced with a hard or soft G? Pronounce David and Goliath. Okay. The key parts are soft, blah, blah, blah. I pulled a Virginia. I meant fudging. That's cute. Yeah, I figured. I caught that right away. Fidging. Fidgeting the numbers. Okay. So yeah, she's completely triggered. It's craziness. Um, 2 decades ago, when I was just 17, the room I am in is painted blood red and is dominated by a large tapestry, a depiction of Louis. We went over this X1V garish red chamber. Louis the Seventh. Let's see. Let me see what it says. XIV. Man, it just wants to give me too much information about too many things. Um, the number 14, the Roman numeral XIV is the number 14. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Go Lieth. Thank you, my dear. You're the best. I've never been outside of the US. I have been to Canada once and to Mexico City once. So I've never been off of the continent except to Hawaii, which is still the US. So I have been off of the continent, but then still in the US. All right. And I was lucky enough to go there twice in my younger adult years. Okay. Louis the 14th's garish bedchamber. Now, was he known for creepy crap? Um, I bet he was, huh? Louis the 14th, the King of France, the longest of any European monarch, 1643 until 1715. Holy crap, man. That's nuts. He died of gangrene and known for what is he known for? Establishing absolute monarchy in France. Um, but was he like really barbaric? Was he a good or a bad king? Is Taylor Swift related to him? Um, he's often seen as a good king for making France a dominant European power, and a bad king for the immense financial lavish spending and priorities. Arguments for good, argument authoritarian, financial mismanagement. Okay. Yeah. I don't even have a passport either, Annabise. I always talk about getting one just so I can go to the Niagara Falls. I've been there, so I guess that was the on that same trip when I went across Canada. And yeah, you get a better view of the Niagara Falls if you're on the Canadian side. I have been to Hawaii. Which island have you been to? I've been to the Big Island and to Oahu. That's it. Been to the Big Island twice, Oahu once. I was in Hawaii when Princess Diana was red rummed. In my opinion, she was red rummed. So where was I? The room I'm in is painted blood red and is dominated by a huge tapestry, a depiction of Louis the 14th's garish bedchamber. In 2001, when little E and Jiz took the teenage me to this room for the first time, they had been abusing and transporting me for months. Now I am a 37-year-old wife and mother, a full-fledged adult, and it's been 2 years since little E died in jail. Still, I can practically see him standing next to me, admiring the tapestry, whose dark palette he was determined to mimic in the decor of his opulent Manhattan townhouse. In my mind's eye, I imagine Jiz beside him, as always, a molester with posh manners and an how can add it? I know this word. My brain just won't do it. Okay, I give up. Aristocratic. There we go. Dang. Brain fart. Okay, a molester with posh manners and an aristocratic pedigree. That's hilarious. It's good to laugh at yourself, right? He died of sepsis. His leg was rotting away. Ew. He was like little T. He was a bad king. That's what I was thinking, Annabise. And yeah, being a king for 60 some years, he probably was a little entitled and a little violent, right? Let's see. I can still practically see him standing next to me, admiring the tapestry whose dark palette was determined to mimic in his opulent townhouse. In my mind's eye, I imagined Jiz beside him, as always, the molester with the posh manners and aristocratic pedigree. G-Max, as she called herself, played den mother to Little E's dysfunctional family of underage girls. I was one of those girls, and I spent more than 25 months in their house of shame. Even decades later, I can still remember how much I feared them both. So it's funny that here it says more than 25 months, but in that other place it said 2.5 years. Again, fudging with the numbers. Yeah, I think it was a lot more than 25 months. I think it was probably like twice that many. Just my opinion. Even decades later, I can still remember how much I feared them both. My ears are ringing as I stand here. My rational mind knows that they cannot hurt me anymore. A year after Little E's lifeless body was found in his cell, Jiz was arrested, and at this moment in 2021, she remains in jail awaiting trial on various charges, including Rex trafficking, a minor, transporting. So I think that she's in France to do a deposition against Brunel, I think, but we'll get to that. Because remember, he passed away February 19th of 2022. So this would have been 6 months prior to that. She remains in jail awaiting trial on various charges, including transporting a minor. Yet I still feel haunted by their hungry ghosts. Fighting dizziness, I focus my eyes on the elaborate wall hanging in front of me. It depicts a young man kneeling before the king, begging forgiveness as a crowd looks on. I glance at my feet, rooted to the parquet floor. My breath catches, and the familiar thrum of a panic attack rolls over me. Even as a child, I never liked to cause a scene. I would rather envelop my pain, holding the turmoil in my chest instead of risking more danger by screaming and letting it out. So I stay quiet, trying to soothe myself. I look down at my pretty fingernails, freshly manicured and painted a glossy ivory. I read the bracelet on my left wrist, a gift from a dear friend that spells out badass. I love that. In lettered beads. I take one careful step and then another. My stomach churns, but I keep going. Please, I beg without speaking. Please don't let me faint in this exquisite place. I felt like that at Costco a few days ago. I don't know. I was having a moment. I don't know what it was. I think maybe just like a tinge of food poisoning or because I've been finding them for since. I find a bench and sit down for exit signs. I can make it, I tell myself, a mantra I've relied on so many times before. I know from experience that I should not yet try to run. Trauma is such a cunning enemy. Those of us who've survived the terrors often marvel at how quickly it can recede, at least at first. Once you get to safety, your visible wounds, your cuts, your bruises heal and fade. Your psyche, too, revives. Like a drowning man who pulled from depths somehow spits up dark water and opens his eyes. But recovering victims like me know too well how trauma lurks in the shadows, always there. No matter how many years go by or how many therapists you see, it can rise unbidden, seemingly out of nowhere. A song on the radio may summon it, or the scent of a stranger's cologne. For you, the trigger probably won't be a wall-sized tapestry in the Louvre, but you never know. I have come to France to stand up to one of Little E's co-conspirators, the modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel. During his years in the modeling business, Brunel became a scout of some renown. He boasted of launching the careers of Jerry Hall. So Jerry Hall was married to Rupert Murdoch for just a couple of years, up until a couple of years ago. And she was Mick Jagger's second wife. They were married for a very long time. So Jerry Hall, Mila Jovovich, who I always loved, Rebecca Roman, Sharon Stone, and Christy Turlington. Pretty big names. But he was also known to solicit wrecks from young women whose careers he managed. Now Brunel is in custody and awaiting trial on charges of rape, harassment, and transporting minors for exploitation. But lately he's been asking if he can be free in the months before his court date. That's why I've traveled here from Australia to help keep Brunel, who procured so many young girls for little E, behind bars. In the sworn testimony I'm here to give, I will assert, as I've asserted before, that Brunel repeatedly raped and abused me. While in Paris, I will also connect French prosecutors with other victims of Brunel who have sought me out after seeing me on TV and on social media, and I will turn over my handwritten notes about what he and little E and Jiz put me and others through. French prosecutors tell me I'm a critical witness because, unlike many little E victims who were abused in a single location, I spent more than 2 years traveling the world with him and Jiz. I knew their cruel habits and those of the men like Brunel to whom they transported me. I saw these men, endured them up close. So I want to keep interjecting as much as possible to make this my own material on my video for fair use and educational purposes. But I thought of some things that I wanted to say there about when they were saying that people sought her out after seeing her on TV and social media. There were thousands of victims. So imagine if she hadn't passed away, how many hundreds of victims would have continued to come out of the woodwork for years, for the rest of her life, no doubt. No doubt. But hopefully she can still have the same type of impact, even though she lost her life. I personally think she can. I think this book is huge, absolutely huge. And I hope they make a movie of it. I think they will, except for that, certain powers that be will try to make that not happen. But as soon as they get their just dessert, then it can happen. Can it be any wonder that I struggle with PTSD, but speaking out as I'm doing now costs me more than an anxiety attack or an interrupted outing to an art museum? Coming to Paris to reveal the past means missing out on my life in the present. My fifth grader, Ellie, had her first school dance this weekend and has dyed her gorgeous dark hair purple to protest my absence. Robbie texted me a photo, and I have to admit it looks pretty good. Just now, Ellie texted me that she wants to complete her grunge outfit with a pair of fishnet stockings, and despite the 6-hour time difference, we have scheduled a FaceTime call so I can weigh in yes or no. When I was a teen, I too was a grunge fan, but still, I think fifth grade is a little too early for fishnets. I'd have to concur with that. I don't think I'd even like my 23-year-old in fishnets, but it's not really my decision at that point. While I'm glad that Ellie and I have plans to discuss it, I feel sad our debate will have to be over the phone. If I were home in Perth, I'd commemorate Ellie's first dance by taking a million photos Instead, I'll be fighting loneliness and jet lag in a tiny hotel room 9,000 miles away. That's a lot of miles. I agree it was a lot longer. Yeah. Um, ooh. Ahu, Big Island, Maui, and Kauai. I don't even know that first island. Oh, Oahu. That's OHUA or something, right? I like the way you wrote it, though. So you were on Oahu, Big Island, Maui, and Kauai. Yeah, I have not been to Maui and Kauai. Isn't it OHAU? How do how do you spell Oahu? But I love the way you spelled it. That's so cute. Um, Honolulu, Oahu. OAHU. Okay, got it. All right. I think the book is huge. I think that the just the whole Me Too movement, I think, is due for a recharge. That's what I think. Big time. Especially with this freaking Erica Kirk and her insanity, you guys. I want to talk more about that. So at the beginning of this video, I mentioned that just in the last 12 hours, I have learned that there's allegations that she was married from 2013 to 2017 to a Romanian man with the last name Chelsvig, Chelslvig, and his name allegedly Derek Chelsvig, 2013 to 2017, and that it has been scrubbed off the interweb. But you guys want to know the best joke ever that I saw in a comment on a Reddit thread? That Bondi promised to release the Trumpstein files once everything was transferred to Betamax and 8-track. I thought that was so great. I almost wrote down whose comment it was to give them credit. It was just a random comment on a Reddit thread. Bondi promised to release the files once everything's been transferred to Betamax and 8-track. Too freaking hilarious. Okay, so where was I? I think the 9,000 miles away. I think that's where I was. I have to believe, however, that my trip to Petty benefits my kids. Years ago, after a teacher asked one of our children what their mother did for a living, this is so cute. Robbie and I put our heads together and decided that the truth was too complicated, so they could simply answer, "My mom fights bad guys." Since then, I would say fights dragons, fire-breathing dragons, and bad guys. I'm not a cop and I've never claimed to be an angel either, but I hope I have done some good. Seeking to silence me, my powerful enemies have threatened to bankrupt me and to even have me killed. Oh, interesting. Interesting, since she's not living anymore. Huh. I haven't stopped talking. When I was a wreck slave, I had no say. I have promised myself that I will never have no say again. I mean, yeah, it's like live free or die. Even if it does cost you your life, it's better to speak up, to fight what really matters than, in my opinion. I mean, you got to make that decision for yourself, right? So, did my demons cause me to flee a world class museum today before I could see my favorite paintings? Yes, they did. Did I retreat afterwards to my hotel room to engage in one of my favorite calming rituals? Binge watching the most satisfying of TV's police procedurals, Law and Order? Love Law and Order, especially the um, SVU, Special Victims Unit, with Mariska Hargitay and Ice-T, and so many other great actors. But most importantly, Law and Order and every other cop show is modeled after my most favorite uh, television show in the world, which is Dragnet. And Jack Webb is my man. Just the facts, ma'am. Is that right? I love him. Okay, back to this. Yes, that happened too, but I won't let demons win. 3 days from now, I will return to the Louvre to sit across from that spooky tapestry and take back possession of that red walled room. I will ground myself in my hard won strength. Then afterwards, I'll finally track down the Mona Lisa to say a quick hello. A few days later, I will face off with Brunel in an 8-hour closed door hearing, answering the most dehumanizing questions you can imagine about what he, then a man in his mid 50s, did to me when I was 17, 18, and 19 years old. In an interview with NBC News later that same day, I will explain that I gave testimony against Brunel because I wanted him to know that he no longer has the power over me, that I am a grown ass woman now, and I've decided to hold him accountable for what he did to me and so many others. Then I will deliver a call to arms that will soon be broadcast around the world. I'm urging more witnesses. See, there you go. Not only were witnesses seeking her, she was beckoning them, inviting them. I'm urging more witnesses, even if it is outside of the statute of limitations, to come forward. Imagine the rat bastards shaking in their boots. I'll say, explaining that even something as simple as confirming Brunel's whereabouts on a particular day can help those who are seeking to convict him of his crimes. The judge is listening, I will say. The authorities are listening. I'm listening. We want to help put this monster away where he belongs. We can't do that unless we all work together. I know about monsters. As a child, I suffered nearly every kind of abuse, incest, parental neglect, severe corporal punishment, molestation, rape. As a teen, I had been transported by another PDF file even before I met little E and Jiz. But these two doubled down on my suffering. In my years with them, they lent me out to scores of wealthy, powerful people. I was habitually used and humiliated, and in some instances, choked, beaten, and bloodied. I believed that I might die a wrecked slave. Then, just after my 19th birthday, I met someone who seemed to give a damn about me. I took a chance, and in 2002, I escaped. Uh, I think it's cute. Her quote, I met someone who seemed to give a damn about me, kind of reminded me of Kylie's lyrics of Far Away. I began to wonder, did you ever give an F about me? As I write this, I have enjoyed 22 years of freedom. And anybody who doesn't know Kylie Rodney's song, Far Away, I'll put a link to it in the description of this video. It's an amazing song. As I write this, I have enjoyed 22 years of freedom. That period has not always been easy, but I am beyond grateful for it. My life since 2002 has been marked by several turning points. None more important than when unexpectedly I became a parent. Doctors had told me that was highly unlikely, but they were wrong. My son Alex came first, then Tyler. I'd loved being the mom of two boys, but when Robbie and I had our third child, a daughter we named Ellie, I felt something shift in me. Given what I'd been through, I know that predators don't stop until they're made to stop. For years, however, I'd hung back, hoping someone else would take the lead in holding abusers accountable. Ellie ended that period of passivity. Looking into my daughter's eyes, I knew I had to act to keep other girls from suffering the way I had. Not long after that, I began to fight. One of the first things I did was try to answer some hard questions. Was the abuse I suffered merely a result of bad luck? Had my family's shameful secrets marked me for tragedy? Or is there something going on in our culture that contributed to my bad situation? There has always been evil in the world, but human transporting, the use of force, fraud, or coercion to obtain some type of labor or commercial Rex Act is particularly venal, VENAL, especially when the victims are minors. Underreported and understudied, child Rex transporting is not just a problem that exists in third world countries, as many people mistakenly assume or would like to stick their heads in the sand and pretend. In America, incidents have been reported in all 50 states. You guys remember when Britney Spears' dad was like basically offering her virginity up for like $1 million on the radio? I was living in San Francisco at the time. I was in graduate school, and I remember hearing her dad and her talking about it on the radio. She was 16. She probably wasn't inexperienced, now that we know that she was with Justin Timberlake when they were in the Mickey Mouse Club. But like, they were talking about it because that movie had just come out, that ridiculous movie with Demi Moore and Robert Redford. And what was it called? Wasn't Demi Moore married to Woody Harrelson? And it was like Robert Redford offered them $1 million. I thought that was a stupid movie. Robert Redford, Demi Moore, $1 million to sleep with movie. You gotta love Indecent Proposal, 1993. Yeah, Woody Harrelson, $1 million. And then, so what year was it when Britney Spears' dad offered her virginity to the highest bidder on the radio? See what Google says about that. Okay, in 2000, an anonymous businessman offered then 18-year-old businessman Britney Spears for her virginity, right? As if she was a virgin at 18, right? But it was talked about on the radio like it was no big deal. I mean, it was so disgusting. And so interesting to think that that was around the same time as all of this, right? What year was it? So it was 2000. So yeah, that was like kind of like a huge thing in our culture in the year 2000. The movie Indecent Proposal and the Britney Spears debate, if you want to call it that. The indecent debate. My leg's falling apart. I'm gonna have to. Hey, watch out, puppy dog. Watch out. Come here. Come here, baby. Watch out. Erg. Let me put my legs up on my yoga ball. Okay. I love SVU too. I know I always call it SUV. Too funny, huh? I love iced tea. That's what I love about it. But Mariska is cool too. They all are. That's a great show. Um, so where was I? About our culture. I'm sorry, I got lost. Um, so the part about her baby girl, the bad luck, the culture. There we go. Okay. Or is there something going on in our culture that contributed to my bad situation? There has always been evil in the world, but human transporting, the use of force, okay, read all that. Child Rex transporting is not just a problem that exists in third world countries. In America, incidents have been reported in all 50 states, and in recent decades, the internet and social media have made it easier for transporters to make contact with their victims. According to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, during the COVID-19 pandemic, predators took advantage of children being even more online, which resulted in a 106% increase in cyber tip line reports of suspected child exploitation in just 1 year. Wow. Well, it sounds like so there was an increase in the tips as well. So it's hard to say, you know, if people were able to catch it more because of the pandemic, but it probably was up and people were able to catch it more, hopefully. My point, when little E is deceased and gone, there are many others around the world who are still committing the same kinds of crimes that he did. There are countless victims of transporting who have not yet escaped their exploitive situations, as I was fortunate enough to do. Those girls and boys, men and women, will likely attempt to flee between 3 and 7 times before they succeed. According to recent research, many of them will not be offered help by a single caring stranger. In America, where only 4% of law enforcement agencies have personnel dedicated to exposing human transporting, most victims rely on their own wits and on luck to survive. You know who I think is probably being held and trafficked is that Taylor Casey, the tall black trans woman from Chicago that went to the Bahamas for that yoga retreat and freaking disappeared. That's so sickening. It's so scary and sad. My heart breaks for her family and friends. And her. I hope she is found. I hope she is that she survives and gets back in touch with folks. I mean, she might not be alive, but I hope she is. I want to change that. I want not just to hold abusers accountable, but also to challenge the ways that all too often our legal system protects those abusers. It is estimated that most victims of childhood RICS abuse don't come forward and share their experience until they are in their 40s or later. That is profound. In my view, survivors of RICS transporting and abuse should be able to seek justice whenever they are ready to do so. But many states have statutes of limitations that make that impossible. These are systematic problems that no single person can solve, which is why it's so important for survivors to unite. As I said in that NBC interview in Paris in 2021, no matter how weak survivors of Rex abuse are made to feel, we will always be stronger when we work together. In recent years, bits and pieces of my story have been told and retold by others in countless books, podcasts, interviews, articles, movies, miniseries, and televised specials. But until now, I have never told my whole story. Doing so allows me to fill in gaps, to provide context where it has been sorely lacking, and in key places to set the record straight. Young girls and boys too don't end up being wrecks uh, transported in a vacuum. Serial wrecks abuse doesn't happen to them, to us, out of the blue. In many cases, we are the first abandoned by those who claim to love us. By describing my history, I hope to help others prevent it from being repeated. Nobody experiences extreme trauma and emerges unscathed. I certainly haven't. Even before I met Little E, I'd experienced awful things that made some observers label me his quote unquote perfect victim. But I was also resilient, or I wouldn't be here now. I still have night terrors and panic attacks. I still have moments of feeling worthless. Perhaps I always will. But on many days, especially when I've been able to help another survivor, I thrive. My hope is that this book can aim some light at the darkness and force it to crawl back into its cave. Once I was silent, but now I have found my voice. This book is a result of that metamorphosis. Because my husband is right about me. I'm a warrior with a story to tell. I thought of something really profound. And, Virginia was a huge supporter of DJT. And she really believed that he was going to release the files before they went to beta and 8-track, right? So I think he needed her gone so that he could continue to bamboozle and not release the files. But why would she, 3 months after he won the election, when she was sure that he was going to deliver on his promise, why would she be so hopeless and end it? That's another reason I think that she would not have been at the end of her rope like that. I don't think she would have been. I feel like I need a little more of this wax in a couple of spots real quick. I get my braces adjusted again tomorrow, or at least looked at, probably adjusted. I cannot believe how effective they've been and so quickly. But if you ever need braces, I would recommend not doing the metal ones. It is horrible having all that sharp metal in your mouth. I can't imagine. I wish I got the um, Invisalign. They recommended the Invisalign. I just thought that it would be a pain in the butt to deal with it all the time. But this is a crazy painful pain in the butt, pain in the mouth. Um, let's see. Maybe I can put a little bit on the front bottom. I just don't want to create a lisp where it's harder to understand what I'm saying. I just want to be able to read and talk. There's a lot going on right now. Like overnight, about 8 Democrats um, voted to break um, the shutdown, the gridlock, and so I looked it up because I'm like, well, what does this mean now? And it's kind of complicated. Annabees. I was lucky taking after my dad. My teeth are straight. Yeah, my teeth were pretty straight. I just had this gap that was getting bigger and bigger. So, but now they're straighter than they've ever been. So, what was it that I looked up about? I asked Google, you know how I ask Google everything. I know I should probably ask DuckDuckGo and compare their opinions. Um, I asked, what was my question? What does it mean that the 8 so called Dems caved, and when will the shutdown end? And this is what AI told me. Monday, November 10th, 2025, the Senate vote on Sunday night was a crucial procedural step that makes an end to the shutdown highly likely. Likely, not guaranteed. It's bullcrap. It's not going to happen. Here is the current status and timeline. The Senate is working to finalize the legislative package and hopes to hold a final vote as early as today, Monday, November 10th, to pass the bill. If the Senate passes the bill, it will then move to the House of Representatives for a vote. House Speaker Mike Johnson, Magic Mike, has urged members to return to Washington to vote. The White House has indicated President Trump will sign the legislation once it passes both chambers. That doesn't mean he will. It just means that the White House has indicated that he will. Even with a deal in place, it could take a few days for all the legislative steps to be completed and for the government to fully reopen and federal employees to return to work. Airlines are bracing for continued travel disruptions and flight cancellations. And release the files, right? Okay. So we're almost 3 hours, and chapter 1 is called Baby. And I want to at least get through that before calling it a night. But let's see how it goes. Picture a girl sitting alone on a curb, and I say trigger freaking warning. All right, big time trigger warning. Picture a girl sitting alone on a curb, her face stained with tears. She is 15, although it says 13 in here. She's 15, but so skinny that she appears even younger. She could be pretty with her blue eyes and long blonde hair, but her freckled face is swollen, her throat is bruised, and her mouth. This is really bad, you guys. It's way worse than in the other manuscript. She leaves this part out in the other manuscript. And in her mouth is a taste she will never forget. Gunmetal. Bleeding from places she didn't know she could bleed. This girl has been hurt before, but not like this. A gust of wind makes the palm trees above her shudder. She wipes her bloody lip. What would it be like, she wonders, to matter? Then she sees the stretched limo. As it glides towards her, black and shiny, the girl catches a glimpse of the driver behind the wheel. Her mind flashes to the limo in Disney's 101 Dalmatians. The one that Cruella de Vil drives around London looking for puppies to skin. That's exactly right. How many times has she watched that movie? But this isn't a scene from a cartoon. That's kid stuff. And the girl hasn't felt like a kid in years. This is real life in Miami, Florida. And the girl is me. Busting out of the juvenile detention facility in Palm Beach County 48 hours earlier, I'd been so full of hope. I knew from experience that I needed to ditch my juvie uniform, a navy polo and khakis, or the cops would pick me up right away. So my first stop had been a Marshall's discount store, where I quickly changed into a new t-shirt and jeans and made a show of returning my prison issue garb neatly hung on a hanger to a rack. Then I exited the store without paying and headed straight for Delray Beach. I've always been good at talking to strangers. On the sand, I met a stoner dude, way older than me, but with a mellow energy. He was smoking a joint, which he offered to share as we looked out at the Atlantic. When I told him I planned to sleep outside that night, he said I could crash on his couch. I worried that he wanted sex, but I was wrong. When we got to his place, we just smoked some more pot, and then he found me a clean towel so I could take a shower. Please be gone by morning, he said before he went to bed. I go to work early, and please don't fuck up my house. Do the right thing. Not all men are monsters. The next morning before dawn, I did the right thing, pulling the front door shut with a quiet click. Then I headed for the train station where I took most of the money I had, a $20 bill I'd panhandled from a gas station attendant, out of my ponytail scrunchie where I'd hidden it, and bought a one-way ticket to Miami. An hour and a half later, I arrived at a Miami-Dade station 50 miles south of Palm Beach. I'd run away dozens of times before, but I'd never made it this far. From the station, I headed east on foot, figuring I was about an hour's walk from the ocean. Right away, I saw a pink and orange glow of a Dunkin' Donuts up ahead. Back home in Loxahatchee, if anyone knows how to say that and wants to correct me, please do. Um, let's see. Loxahatchee. I'd often begged for change outside of the local Dunkin', so the sight of its logo, a cheerful streaming cup of coffee, felt like a good omen. I went inside and bought two of my favorite chocolate topped donuts. With food in my stomach for the first time in days, you call that food? I walked out feeling confident. I had no place to go, but I'd figure it out somehow. I must have been walking for about 20 minutes when a white van pulled over just ahead of me. Need a lift? The driver asked, sounding friendly. I'm going your way. Maybe it was the sugar high, but my guard was down. Besides, it was hot and humid, and the dark haired driver looked like a skinny shrimp, bigger than me, but not by much. I got in and buckled up. The driver glanced at me, then back at the road. He was probably in his late 30s and dressed as if he worked construction. I need to make one quick stop, he said. He owed someone money, he said, and needed to pay them back. That's cool, I replied in a voice I hoped sounded tough. The van turned west, away from the water, then parked in front of a seedy looking motel. Oh, trigger warning. Come upstairs with me, the construction worker said. It'll only take a sec. I followed him up through a door into the dingy, worn out room. He was on me immediately, and I knew right away I had underestimated his strength. He overpowered me and held me down on the bed, one hand around my neck. Trigger warning. Then he pulled out a gun and put its muzzle in my mouth. He graped me from the front first, then from the back. The only trigger warning, so many times over, the only lubrication was the saliva he spit into his palm. He choked me until I lost consciousness, then let me breathe, then choked me again. I imagined myself deceased, dumped in a ditch, and then in a miracle, the man's cell phone rang and he released me so he could answer it. Stay here, my attacker told me. Try to leave and I'll find you and kill you. Then he turned his back to his phone and stepped outside. I suspected he was going to kill me either way. So I waited until I couldn't hear his voice anymore. Then I ran. That's how I became this tear stained girl sitting on the curb in an empty beach parking lot. It is dusk when I see the limousine slow to a stop in front of me. The tinted rear passenger window hums as it opens, revealing the pasty face of a stranger in his 60s. He is heavy set and balding. I watch his eyes as they roam over my swollen, bruised face and battered body. Oh, you poor baby, the old man says. His concern sounds genuine. Peering into the car, I see a pretty girl in a short red dress sitting next to him. She smiles at me. The old man wears black slacks and a collared shirt. The men in my family tend to wear blue jeans or coveralls. I hope this stranger is different from them in other ways, too. Come in here so we can take care of you, the old man says, as the girl nods encouragement. I think of my attacker driving around in his white van, his gun in his lap, searching for the girl who got away. I stand up wobbly. The limo door opens, and the old man slides over to make room for me. The old man tells the limo driver where to go, then introduces himself. His name is Ron Eppinger, and he runs a modeling agency called Perfect 10. He says, he gestures towards Jana, the girl next to him, who is from the Czech Republic. Would I like to become a model like her? He asks me how old I am, and at first I say 16 because it sounds better to me, less vulnerable. Eppinger shakes his head. He isn't buying it, so I tell him the truth, that I'm 15, which seems to please him. But again, in the Billionaires Playboy Club, she says that the truth was 13. And for all we know, it could have been younger than that. As long as you never lie to me again, I'll take you in, he says. What does that mean? I think, but don't ask out loud. Then Eppinger's fleshy face turns sad. He had a daughter once, he says, Susan Marie. She died when she was 15 when a driver of a truck she was riding and fell asleep and crashed into a utility pole in Pompano Beach. Eppinger has never gotten over it, he tells me, and for a moment I feel sorry for him. That's when he reaches for me and strokes my hair. If you want, Eppinger says, I can be your new daddy. How quickly he does that, twisting the father daughter bond into something sickening. But I already know that trick, and I want to believe it doesn't work on me anymore. I don't trust parents, especially fathers. I don't need a daddy, old or new. I just want a break from fending for myself. When you grow up female, danger is everywhere. I've known that for as long as I can remember. Just hours ago, the construction worker in the white van showed me a darker shade of evil. I know I can't go home again. There's no safety there. My whole body aches inside and out. I have no good options. The old man, the model, and I order takeout from an oceanfront stand. As we eat, I scarf mine down like an animal. We listen to the water. We listen to the waves. Then Eppinger says he wants to take me shopping. We go to a nearby Gap Kids, and he steers me towards short shorts that don't cover my backside and tops that are way too small. From the look on the saleswoman's face, it's easy to tell what she's thinking. This isn't what most grandfathers buy their granddaughters. Next, we go to a lingerie store where Eppinger seems to be irregular. He picks out the G strings and other lacy things that I've only seen grown women wear in the movies. He holds them up to my newly developed body, leering. Finally, he tells the chauffeur to take us home. Inside his huge apartment in Key Biscayne, with its sweeping views of Miami across the Rickenbacker Causeway, Eppinger introduces me with a wave of his hand to five other girls, most of them wearing underwear or nothing at all. Only a few speak English. Then he takes me to a back room, his room. There's a circular bed and a mirrored ceiling. I ask where I can sleep. With me, he says. Part of me feels a familiar dread. Is it too late to get away? But another bigger part remembers how life was in rehab and in foster care, and worst of all, on the run. Maybe this is the way all men behave. I'm tired. I want to feel nothing. The old man calls me baby. I'm the youngest girl there, so the nickname sort of fits. I want to become someone new so badly that I accept it. Baby is now who I am. It's breakfast time, and my kids, aged 11, 14, and 15, are tearing around the house, almost late for school, at the sunny end of our kitchen island. I sip a perfect cup of coffee, cherishing the chaos. My husband, Robbie, hands out the lunches he's packed, three healthy snacks and one oversized sandwich. Robbie's family is from Sicily, and his Italian subs are hard to beat. My job is to confirm that everyone has their homework, their permission slips, their gi uniforms for their after school martial arts classes. As Robbie herds them towards the car, I hug my daughter and two sons tight, ignoring how they wiggle free. Hurry up, Robbie yells. That bell is about to ring. Then impulsively, I decide I want to come too. Though still in my pajamas, I jump in the front passenger seat as Robbie opens our electric security gate, and I marvel that this is my life. So the kids, ages 11, 14, and 15, meaning that the daughter's 3 years younger and 4 years younger than her brothers. So she was 15 when her mother passed away, and she's still 15 until January. And yeah, that means that the brothers would have been about 18 and 19. Finally, I got that figured out. All right. Let's see. Later, I'll take a Pilates class and make coq au vin for dinner, giving Robbie, our family's primary chef, a well deserved night off. But first, I must return to the job examining what came before. It's no fun, the task I've assigned myself, but it is necessary. Would it be easier to spend my waking hours walking on the beach with Juno, my French bulldog, or taking my daughter Ellie shopping for earrings, or getting ready to overdecorate our house for Christmas? My husband complains every year, but I can't help but go overboard on Christmas. Yes, it would be easier, and I do all those things too. But it's finally time. I've decided to put all the puzzle pieces of my life together. I couldn't do that as a child, which is part of the story. Children don't have the luxury of that kind of reflection, especially if they are in bad situations, as I was. They must focus all of their energies on simply trying to survive. In the present, my life is organized around two things: my devotion to my husband and children, and my determination to hold my abusers accountable. Part of me would prefer to start in here and now, describing the gratitude I feel as I arrange Santa Claus figurines, say, or shiny strands of tinsel, but my past demands an audience. It has been hidden for too long. So, how did I end up in Miami, penniless, battered, and alone at the age of 15? There are so many answers to that question, but if you'd asked me in 1998, unpacking them all would have hurt too much. Instead, I have offered the shortest explanation. I ran away, I would have said. I ran away from growing together. Growing Together is the name of the uh, group home. So 1998, that's when we're looking at. Growing Together is also the name of chapter 2. Let me see if I can resituate myself because here I am getting swallowed into the chair that I'm sitting in. The puppy dogs are so cute. I got 2 of the 3 in here. Let's see. See how much more I can get read. Growing Together marked itself as a tough love treatment center, marketed itself. But the truth was that it left the love out of it. By the time I took a seat in Eppinger's limo, I'd been trying to escape for nearly a year. I hadn't volunteered to become a Growing Together client, excuse me. My mother Lynn tricked me, saying we were going to the eye doctor. Instead, when we entered the tall blue intake building about 20 miles from my family's 1.25 acre farm in Loxahatchee, Florida, I found myself surrounded by uniformed men holding clipboards and a few muscled guards. Mom ducked out. I can still recall what she looked like walking away. Even from the back, I'd know her fiery red hair anywhere. My mother had recently declared me out of control, which was basically true. Once an enthusiastic reader and hardworking student, I had become an angry truant, defiant and prone to emotional meltdowns. Whenever I could, I hung out with the older kids, drinking and partying, and there was hardly a drug I hadn't taken. So, yes, Mom, you were right that as a young teen, I was a rebellious mess. I just wish you'd asked me why. Growing Together's banana yellow building sat just south of West Palm Beach in a town called Lake Worth. That was funny to me since it seemed that the facility was determined to make the 30 or so teenagers enrolled there feel worthless. In the name of healing, Growing Together staff forced kids between the ages of 13 and 17 to stand in front of the mirror and berate themselves at the top of their lungs. I am a whore, a slut, a druggie, we girls would yell, staring into our own eyes. We had no choice but to comply. The place was like a fortress with security gates and barred windows, as well as a special cell, the White Room, where staff sent us when we fought back. Eventually, I would spend a lot of time in the White Room, which had no toilet, no mattress, only a cold concrete floor coated in the filth previous occupants left behind. My longest stretch in solitary was 3 weeks, but that came later. At the beginning of my time there, I tried to give Growing Together a chance. During the day in group therapy sessions, I opened up a bit to our counselors. I told them about how when my mom was drinking, it was as if she became another person. One moment she'd be laughing, the next she'd be yelling. She threw things, coffee cups, cold mac and cheese at me and my little brother, Skydie, who was 5 years younger and who I adored. But Skydie was just caught in the crossfire. I was the one mom always seemed furious at. she'd get this look in her blue eyes. Skydie and I called it the evil eye that felt as if it could pierce skin. When she was really angry, she'd send me out to the yard to cut a thorny branch from one of her prized rose bushes. Pick a switch, she'd say. Then she'd make me pull down my pants in front of the neighbors and anyone else who was around so she could whip me with it. That is horrifying. Hey, Coco. Hi, baby. It's absolutely horrifying. At growing together, I began to talk about these painful things, removing a few bricks from the psychic wall I'd built around myself. I told staff about a time just months before. Oh, this is terrible, you guys. Another trigger warning, please. It's absolutely, this is like the most scarring part of the whole book, in my opinion. I don't even want to read it. I might start crying. Okay. Deep breath. Told staff about a time just months before when two boys, one 17 and the other 18. And I'm thinking she's 13. I'm thinking she's the youngest age. Well, she could have been even younger, but let's see. Um, she could have even been 12 because she had to be 13 to be at this place, and it was a few months before. I don't think it says what month it was. Anyway, prepare. Trigger warning, seriously, especially if something remotely like this is something that you've experienced. Um, Two boys, one 17 and the other 18, assaulted me in the back of a car while I was unconscious. We'd been drinking and smoking pot before I passed out, but I awoke to find them taking turns on top of me. I would never forget their giddy voices or how hot and sour each boy's felt on my face. In all, I said the ordeal lasted 5 to 7 hours. Talking about all this with the counselors at Growing Together was difficult, but it gave me something I hadn't expected, the first stirrings of relief. It's healing to tell this story. That reprieve wouldn't last, though, not for nothing. Would Growing Together eventually be dubbed Suffering Together in an expose in New Times, an alternative weekly newspaper that was a sister publication of the Village Voice. In December 2004, 7 years after I entered Growing Together. Oh, see, another clue. 7 years after she entered Growing Together. So she entered Growing Together in 97. And in 97, she was about 14. Is that right? Because she was born in 83. So in 97, she would have turned 14. So she was 13 or 14. Okay. So December 2004, 7 years after I entered Growing Together. This article would report that for years, kids there had endured beatings, restraint, imprisonment, and systematic humiliation. The piece identified families that had sued Growing Together for hurting, not helping their children. It described a girl whose arm had been broken by a counselor, a boy who'd attempted suicide but was never referred to a psychologist. One mother called the program a concentration camp for clients and parents. The article also noted that the nonprofit facility raked in roughly $1 million a year from donations and fees, typically $14,000 a year per client, paid by parents of drug addicted kids, some of whom were ordered by judges to attend. I'm not sure who paid to put me there since my parents had no money. 18 months after the New Times piece ran, the place closed for good. But for 2 decades, it was a miserable hellhole for kids like me. Growing Together's treatment model was a JV version of Alcoholics Anonymous with 6 steps instead of 12. But unlike AA, this protocol depended on pitting kids against one another as we attempted to move between steps or levels. When kids first arrived, they were called newcomers, and the goal was to graduate to become an oldcomer. If you succeeded, your reward was to be put in charge of other children. Newcomers were not allowed to move around the facility without an oldcomer holding them by the belt or belt looping them. This meant no privacy, not in the toilet, not in the shower, nowhere. Belt looping didn't just make kid on kid violence possible, it actively encouraged it. Having kids supervise and restrain other kids was illegal, yet it must have been efficient financially speaking. You don't need as many paid staff when you've assigned your ward to police each other. The result was a Lord of the Flies like atmosphere with terrible hazing rituals and near constant physical and sexual abuse. Though boys and girls were not supposed to speak to one another, I befriended a slight, pale boy named Chris. When older, bigger boys arrived in the program, they singled him out from across the room. Grape kid. After they did their worst to Chris, I'd hold his hand and tell him I was sorry. Looking in his flat gray eyes, I worried that a part of him was already dead and that the rest was not far behind. The girls treated each other just as savagely. A gang of the meanest ones accosted a girl I knew, holding her down and molesting her with some sort of object. That wouldn't happen to me, I vowed. I'd been hypervigilant since long before growing together. I had no reason to change. Peril was everywhere. Staff members were either ineffectual or cruel. There was one guard, a white guy with curly blondish hair and a burnt orange tan, who we called the enforcer. He loved to put his hands on kids and throw them to the floor or against the walls. Rosalind, meanwhile, was a Hispanic chick with a power complex. She did to our psyches what the enforcer did to our bodies. She seemed to enjoy humiliating us. The food was disgusting and the dinner menus never changed. Mondays, tacos. Tuesdays, Salisbury steak. Wednesday, we were served a nasty mushroom soup. I hated mushrooms, but I forced myself to eat because I knew that kids who didn't clean their plates were made to sit at the table until they obeyed, chewed, and swallowed. One Wednesday, though, I just couldn't do it. The smell of the watery gray liquid made me gag. Eat, Rosalind yelled, so I tried. But after a few spoonfuls, it wouldn't stay down, and I vomited into my bowl. Trigger warning. You can probably guess what comes next. Rosalind's face broke out into a sadistic smile. No problem, she said. Now eat until that bowl is empty. What goes on here stays here, staff would often say. The longer I spent it growing together, the more I understood why. Rules were rigid. Boys had to keep their heads shaved, nearly bald. Girls, though, weren't allowed to shave their legs or underarms. It was as if the staff wanted to mark us, to make us look as abnormal on the outside as they told us we were on the inside. Strip searches and pepper spray were the methods they used to keep us in line. The squalid buildings, meanwhile, were overrun with cockroaches and rats. I was thinking maggots, sorry. Nonetheless, every Friday, parents gathered in a large, well lit room that hid all that. Friday was open house night, and I remember well the dog and pony show that the administration put on. Imagine 50 adults at one end of a banquet room, their problem kids herded together at the other end, all dressed in those matching navy and khaki uniforms. Before Open house began. Parents and children were separated by an accordion-like room divider. But when the meeting was called to order, the partition was pulled back. Music burst from a loudspeaker, and we kids were made to sing. We knew that if we refused, we'd be sent to the white room. I am a promise. I am a possibility. We chirped, sounding more like nursery schoolers than troubled and abused teens. I am a problem with a cat. I'm a problem, Freudian slip. I'm a promise with a capital P. I am a great big bundle of potentiality. Excuse me while I scratch my nose. And I am learning to hear God's voice, and I am trying to make the right choice. I am a promise to be anything that God wants me to be. Staff would then hand a microphone to one of the moms or dads and ask them to describe their child's misdeeds. Choosing parents would recite their lists: drug abuse, petty theft, fistfights, violent outbursts, whatever, without a nod or whatever role they might have played in their kids acting out. It was like watching prosecutors during a trial, except that when the microphone was finally handed to the accused, he or she was not allowed to mount a defense. Instead, we were expected to use our time to confess. Only by confessing could we move up the hierarchy that divided the punishers from the punished. That's a snapshot of what happened inside the facility during the day. Other abuses occurred each night when we were shipped off to sleep at private foster homes endorsed by Growing Together administrators. Typically, these were houses owned by parents of children enrolled in the program, and most accommodated 5 kids at a time. All these homes, mine included, because my parents sometimes took in kids, had been renovated to meet Growing Together specifications. Pictures and mirrors were removed from walls so there'd be no glass to break. Kitchen knives were hidden. Bathrooms were stripped, leaving only the sink, toilet, and bathtub. Usually the windows and doors of the bedrooms where we slept were rigged with alarm systems. Bedtime was 10 p.m. and we couldn't exit our rooms until the next morning. That meant no bathroom visits. We had to hold it or pee in buckets. There was one ritual at Growing Together that I embraced. Before bed, we were expected to write in our journals. Staff called these entries moral inventories. They told us to catalog bad things we'd done, painful things we'd endured, and how we'd been affected by both. The more you confess, the higher up the hierarchy you were allowed to move, which meant more freedoms: the right to go to the toilet unsupervised, say, or to attend school outside the facility. Inventories that included SA or underage recs were particularly encouraged. Given these incentives, lots of kids made stuff up. I, however, didn't need to lie. I had plenty of awful experiences to draw on. In the beginning, I hoped that after reading my account of past abuses, the staff would take steps to punish those who'd hurt me. Maybe the boys who raped me in the back of that car could be held to account, but I soon realized that wasn't the purpose of our journals. The purpose was to gather information the staff could use to keep us inmates in check. I'm just going to stretch and yawn for a second. Probably finish up in a minute. And I don't know, maybe tomorrow, Annabes, if you're still here, would 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock be good for you? or earlier or later. Let's see. I might need to straighten this leg out so it doesn't fall asleep. Put it on my yoga ball. I've always had a yoga ball ever since having kids, earlier or later. Well, my daughter has a doctor's appointment. Okay, so what if we did like 10:30 or 11 or 3? I don't know what time the appointment is. 10:30 good? Let's shoot for 10:30. We'll do early tomorrow. See what we can get accomplished. That sounds good. All right. I'm going to make a note to self so I don't forget, but I don't think I have something to write down. I'll just have to put it in my phone. Let's see. So tomorrow is Veterans Day too, huh? All right, 10:30 it is, my dear. I mean, if you can't be here, that's okay. And if we need to make any adjustments, but yeah, we'll shoot for 10:30. I want to try to be like reliable and dependable, instead of having to reschedule all the time. I really like having my channel and trying to learn and all that jazz. Thanks so much for being a part of it, you guys. Everybody who's here live and the replay crew. Everybody. So let's see, where are we? Given the incentives, okay, read that part. The purpose was to gather information that the staff could use to keep us inmates in check. I've kept a journal off and on ever since. At times, I've felt as if the act of recording what's happened and how I feel about it is the only thing that keeps me sane. So important to tell your story. And I mean, self-expression is just so freaking important. But back then, in that horrible place, the journaling, not the cockroaches or the mushroom soup, is what ultimately broke me. To have chronicled in blue ink on white paper even a few of the atrocities I'd suffered and to have nothing done about them. Counselors told me they'd alerted the police about my grape allegation, but apparently the boys said I had consented to the threesome, so no charges were filed. That's what made me see the truth. At growing together, my pain was nothing more than a sick form of currency, valuable only if used to climb the program's supposed ladder of achievement. Once I figured that out, I reinforced my psychic brick wall. See, there's no point. I scolded myself. Nobody cares. Fuck the world. I responded by running away over and over. Sometimes I fled from the cars that delivered us from growing together to our overnight lodgings. The moment the door locks popped open, I'd make a break for it. That was by far the easiest way to escape. Other times I waited until I got inside those fortified foster homes with their deadbolts and their alarms. Then I'd find any sharp object and hold it to my throat, threatening to kill myself. More often than not, the parent would crumble. Who needs the hassle of a dead teenager in their kitchen? So they'd throw open their doors and let me run into the night. I would then be free, sort of, until I was caught and returned to growing together. Though I usually disguised my identity when I was on the run, introducing myself as Rachel, my runaway name. to anyone who asked. I wasn't hard to track. The facility's staff had figured out where I liked to loiter and beg for change. Excuse me, while I scratched my nose. The local Dunkin' Donuts was my spot. Eventually, they'd find me and take me back to the White Room. But the next chance I got, I ran again. This is just some of what I've been through before I met Eppinger. Perhaps it helps to explain why I so readily got into the limousine with an old man I didn't know. It wasn't just that I'd been brutally raped a few hours before, barely fleeing with my life. No, I had felt worthless for years. Sometimes I worried that what the counselors at Growing Together made me say was true, that I was a whore, a slut, a druggie. But even if I were all of those things, I hadn't always been. Once I'd been a daughter, a sister, a beloved little girl. I hated to think about that, but thinking about it was crucial. I see now, remembering a better time, a time when I had value, may have been the only thing that kept me from giving up. Hey, all, why is T kissing Erica? Oh no, what have I missed, Billy? It's just it's another this is upside down, backwards. I don't know. Um, oh my goodness, I hadn't seen anything about that yet. It's just another distraction. But Billy, did you know that allegedly, possibly, Erica had been married before Charlie? Allegedly, possibly. It's been scrubbed off the internet. From 2013 to 2017, she was married to a Romanian named Derek Chesvig, Chelsvig. Had you heard that? I don't know if it's true. I'd only heard it like this morning, I think. And I tried looking into it, and it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Let's see. One sec. I've got to I've got to see the kissing. She got thrown out of Romania for trafficking kids too. Yep. Yeah. So I was watching the video of her in the green dress, and she's the way she's doing the weird stuff with her eyes, because I was looking for the types of, there's something called um what is it, EMDT. um it's this thing where you move your eyeballs. Let me look. It's been so long and I'm just drawing a blank. It's like rapid eye movement therapy. So it's EMDR, rapid eye movement sorry, let me speak. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. It's a form of psychotherapy that involves eye movements or bilateral stimulation, tapping auditory cues to help individuals process and desensitize disturbing memories. So I know some about the EMDR from my profession. I'm not well versed in it. I'm nowhere near an expert in it. I barely know that much about it at all. Um, but I am familiar with it. And I notice that when she's talking, she pretty much is always looking up to the left, to her left. And then every once in a while, she kind of scans with her eyes. And then sometimes she'll like look dead on, and sometimes she'll look up to the right. She does a lot of that blinking, like long blinking. But what she loves to do is like freak out with the eyeballs. And then that green dress was so weird. So weird. But I was trying to look at her eye movements with the words that she was saying, because I think she's trying to do like a hypnosis thing. And I forget, today's Monday, the 10th. I think the green dress crap was yesterday or the day before. Let's see. I can just ask my AI. When did Erica Kirk go on stage in the green dress? Um, so this was 4 days ago. Was it the Patriot Awards? I think Fox News. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, she's wearing the green dress, the Patriot Awards. Um, so just trying to look and see what day it was. November 6th, and today's the 10th. So what was that, like Friday or Saturday? Or I mean, Thursday or Friday? Yeah, Thursday was the 6th. Um, the dress was just like over the top, and it's like literally floor length, like dragging on the floor. Like it reminded me a lot of like a pageant dress, and it was the weirdest, like forest green or Kelly green sequins, totally overdone, and very square on the shoulders, like the 80s, when everybody had those square shoulder pads. And it even had like these weird, like stitching on the shoulders to make it more square and bizarre. And then she had like this big fake hair on top of her own hair. And this the stuff she was talking about, it sounded to me when she was delivering her speech like she was trying to basically incite that civil war. Like she like it was like between the lines she was saying, get out there and fight for Charlie, kill people that uh disagree. That's what I got out of it. But the look in her eyes when she would do that bizarre thing, so she's always looking up to the left, and then when she would like take um her stare across, her glance across people, across the crowd, and then she'd do like the freaking bizarre crap with her eyes. um let's see. um should I see what your link is? Midas Touch Network. Erica is a performer. She's an attention whore. She's a demon. The MK Ultra. Yeah, see, I don't know that much about MK Ultra, but that's probably what it is. The whole thing feels like a psyop. 100%, Billy darling. I'm gonna go to your link real quick. I'll see if I can come right back. Like you guys can probably see me. So this was just 49 minutes ago. I'm gonna exit out of that and go back to you guys, just so that I can make sure I don't lose the connection. And I'll check out the Midas Touch thing on my phone. Thank you so much for that. Um, oh, here's a Wahat Ali video from 21 minutes ago with Michael Wolff. I can't wait to watch this. It's 50 minutes long. It's called Exposed: Trump and Melania's Hidden Epstein Ties. Michael Wolff. He's great. Um, and trying to find that one that you just did the thing for. Let's see. No, that's not what I want.
Is this evidence?
The Epstein scandal. That's funny. It's not showing up in my history, even though, oh, maybe because doing it on my live, it's not in my history. So I just need to go to the Midas Touch and look at that one. View channel, video. Is that the same one? Let me see it again. Uh, yeah, that's the last one. Okay. Trump loses control on live TV at disaster White House press conference. Should we watch it together, you guys? Why don't we? And then we'll wrap up. Let's see how this goes.
Whoever invented this deserves a raise. I bet 99% of people have never seen anything like this before. You used to always buy your...
Ready?
Donald Trump just wrapped up a disastrous press conference in the Oval Office. He acted like he didn't even know what the deal was to end the government shutdown. He then continued to lie and say that inflation is down and prices are way down, which we all know is a lie. He then randomly called over Erica Kirk. She was, for some reason, in the Oval Office, and he kissed her. And this was beyond bizarre. I'll show you what went down. Donald Trump starts attacking Pete Buttigieg randomly, and then he starts making sounds with his mouth. Boot, edge, edge, he does. This is very strange. Here, play this clip.
Control towers, and we didn't have that. We had a guy named Buttigieg. Boot, edge, edge, they say the best way. Just say two edges, like off the edge of a cliff.
Boot and edge. He can't even say Buttigieg. So he's telling us what his staff tells him to say, like phonetically, because he has too much trouble saying Pete Buttigieg. Edge, edge, like jumping off a cliff. Yeah. Billy says she is grabbing that Donnie time for reals. She's a freaking attention whore, and so is he. I think they should just get married. Oh, wait, he's still married to Melania. Allegedly. But she's available.
Which is where they were taking us, by the way. Boot Edge Edge was the Secretary of Transportation.
Then Donald Trump says that in many ways he is a globalist, right? The whole thing was like that they're against this, but he's like, the United States and the world are one and the same, he says. Here, play this clip.
You can believe these deals. But so when somebody makes a statement about he's devoting time to the world, well, the world is the United States, because if the world's in trouble or if the world is ripping us off, you know, the world was ripping us off before I came here. Europe was...
Wait a second. The world was ripping us off. This man is wackadoodle.
Massive tariffs. They were sending us 9-10 million cars a year. We were sending them none. They were not taking...
They were sending us 9-10 million cars a year. We were sending them none. Oh, he's just like free association brain melt, huh?
In our agriculture, we were taking massive amounts of their... It was so unfair. Now we have a deal where $950 billion is coming into the United States because of me and because of tariffs. So
$950 billion is coming into the United States because of me and because of tariffs. Oh, this guy. Remember, I've been saying this for weeks. He's in the death throes. Like, it has to get worse before he just goes
If I
down.
don't do all these things, our country is doing very poorly. So, you know, it's easy to say, oh, don't worry about the world. But the world is turning out to be our biggest customer. The world is.
Don't worry about the world, but the world is turning out to be our biggest customer. Is he on drugs? Melania needs to watch out. Oh, she'd probably be happy to be done with him. I know, just say anything. He can't stop talking. Michael Wolff did a great video with Joanna Ward on Inside Trump's Head. I'll put a link to it in the description about how he literally cannot stop talking. Yes, he's on loads of drugs. I believe it, Billy. Totally.
The world was on fire, and we could have been in that fire very easily if you didn't have a president that.
My brain is on fire.
Knew what he was doing.
Right, that sure sounds like America first to me, and that's why he's so focused on the rest of the world. The rest of the world is the real America, he says. This guy's such a freaking fraud. And here's where Donald Trump talks about all the prices going down. Let's play it.
Oil, the electric, but I think you're going to see $2 gasoline or something very close to that. In fact, we're already in the twos. But I think
we're already in the twos. We're going to see $2 gasoline. Does he not know it's sold by the gallon? $2 gasoline. Holy crap.
You're going to be seeing very soon $2 gasoline.
And then going further down the fraud rabbit hole of Trumpism and the Trump regime, which they always do.
Oh,
Donald
man.
Trump says that what we really want here is a healthcare system that gets rid of all insurance companies. And instead, we're going to give the money directly to the people, and they can buy their services, the medical services, directly from the doctors with no insurance at all. Okay, Donald, let's see this plan, okay? Roll it out to us right now, eh? I'd love.
Wait. He can't roll it out right now. He'll roll it out in a couple of weeks, right? But that is so true, Billy. His pants are always on fire.
To see how you're going to do this, where you give somebody a $2,000 check, which, by the way, you've been promising for, 9 months? People were going to get their Doge dividend checks, their tariff rebate checks. It's all part of a broader.
I kind of think he might be doing this $2,000 check to everybody to try to make up for the whole shutdown thing. And just to try to get people to like him, right? Because he's so unpopular, because he's so hated, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Fraud that he's engaged in, regardless, and he's not even going to give people his checks. But what happens when somebody needs a surgery that costs $100,000? How are you going to pay for that with the $3,000 or the $2,000 check you give people that you're not really going to give people? But anyway, here, play this clip.
So I hope that we're going to be able to have a healthcare where Lindsay and I were discussing it, Jim and I were discussing it, and Katie.
Wait, Lindsay Halligan? Is there another Lindsay he'd be discussing crap with? I'm just going to play another minute of this. This is fun, though.
Discussed it. We want a healthcare system where we pay the money to the people instead of the insurance companies. And I tell you, we're going to be working on that very hard over the next short period of time. Where the people.
We're going to be working on that very hard over the next short period of time. Like a couple of weeks? Is it a couple of weeks?
Get the money. We're talking about trillions and trillions of dollars where the people get the money. Yes, please.
Then Donald Trump is asked, do you approve the deal to end the shutdown? He's like, what's the deal? I guess, I don't know, maybe. Here, play this clip.
Senator, Mr. President, do you personally approve of the deal that's happening right now on Capitol Hill to end the...
We'll have to get to the part with Erica. Also, I found a fourth proof of her being in the teen beauty pageants. So in her yearbook, so she was a teenager when she was in high school, right? In her yearbook, there's a thing with her with the beauty pageant thing. So that would have been teen beauty pageant. And then she did like a time travel thing, right?
The deal we're talking about, but if it's a deal I heard about, that's certainly, they want to change the deal a little bit, but I would say so. I think based on everything I'm hearing, they haven't.
Oh, I hate him so much. The derangement syndrome that this man propagates, he's the root of it. So I hate that he's sitting in that effing chair all the time at the Resolute desk. He's so stupid that he has everybody else standing up around him to make it look more obvious that he cannot stand up. If he was smart, he'd have some people sitting in chairs around him, but that's all right. we know that he's not smart, and it's good that he's always telling on himself. So I've noticed that the people around him are now required to hold their hands exactly like his hands. Like, you know how he's always got the one hand covering the other hand on the desk, unless he's got them under the desk. But, you know, hiding one hand with the other. Even in the painting, the portrait of himself on the wall behind him, he's doing the one hand hiding the back of the other. But everybody around him is now having to stand with their hands, one covering the other. So it's not looking like he's the only one hiding the back of his hand, right? Oh, you saw my community page? Good, Anna Bees. So that was the third thing about Erica being in the teen beauty pageant. And then the fourth thing is her yearbook. So I wrote down, I was trying to remember what the first and second thing were. One second. And I think I have them written down right here. There, you know what? There was an Arizona newspaper article that talked about it that has since been scrubbed. Everything about her gets scrubbed. So, and I forget what the first thing was that I found online about that. I'll have to probably go back and watch my video about it. I was trying to figure it out last night. Let's see. Why are they all so weird? Because they really want to take over the world, and they think that they can. And so they think by doing all this crazy crap that it's going to work their freaking trick.
Haven't changed anything, and we have support from enough Democrats, and we're going to be opening up our country. It's too bad it was closed, but we'll be opening up our country
We'll be opening up our country. He thinks we're fucking store scrubbed. She's in the CIA or something. Absolutely, Billy. I believe that's exactly right.
Then he kisses Erica Kirk randomly. She's just there and she gets kissed. Here, play this clip.
Where's Erica? Just so you didn't.
Her and her fake fucking hair. Like, that is not her real hair. That is extensions. She's such a freaking clown.
Then he asked questions about Marjorie Taylor Greene and the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that grocery prices and prices in general, electricity prices, are surging, and he's asked to respond to that, to which Donald Trump says something has happened to her. Somebody's gotten to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, too funny. So Anna B says 3 letters starting with a K. Oh, and ends with a G. I was thinking ends with a K and has a K in the middle. But yeah, I think Ukraine, Romania, so that could be like the STB, could even be the Mossad situation. Definitely a spy. Oh, you guys, you want to hear my latest crazy mofo conspiracy theory? You're going to love it. Are you ready? You're going to love it. I can't wait to share it with you. What is it? And I forget. When I was watching her with the eyes, I think she's got one of those Neuralinks already. Don't you? I also think that the Trumpster fire is having Neuralinks put in because he's so out of it. I think the only way he's functioning is the Neuralinks. Don't you think, Billy and Annabese? I hadn't really thought about it until today when I was watching her freaking eyes, because she was reminding me so much of like the Terminator movie type of stuff. And And then I thought, Melania's probably got the Neuralinks in too. I mean, we already figure that, the Big E's got that. Don't you think? Weekend at Bernie's by remote. I love it. I love it. So yeah, was I talking about this in the last day or two with you guys about the I'm pretty sure that the Big E has confessed that he can control anybody's Tesla remotely from his desk. And then I was thinking about Mitch McConnell's sister-in-law, Angie Chow, whose Tesla drove into the little pond on her own property and took her life almost 2 years ago. And she was like the CEO of that big, her family's China shipping company. And, oh, the freaking Cybertruck that blew up in front of the Trump Tower on New Year's. Remote. Seriously. These MF people. More reason not to ride in a Tesla. Well, I didn't need any more reason. I've always thought they were so ugly. Not just the Cybertrucks, just any of them. Like they're just fugly, right? So yeah, he probably did that to Matthew Leibelsberger on January 1st in front of Trump Tower. And like, why have they dropped that? Like, that was so whack. I mean, that was before the inauguration, even on New Year's Day. And man, we just have so many catastrophes, just one after another. So like that explosion on the UPS airplane in Kentucky last week, that's bull crap. That's just all this bull crap it's terrorist attacks. It's all terrorist attacks. Our president is what I just said, in my opinion. He is absolutely treasonous, and I think he's behind a lot of this stuff. I don't think I'm like a crazy conspiracy theorist to believe this. I think that he's a crazy conspirator. That's what I think. And I think he's got Vladdy and Bibi protecting him. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this pickle. Don't you just sometimes, like every day, say, how on earth did our country get here? We were such a great country. We were the hottest country, and now we're dog poop. A year ago, we were dog poop, and now we're the hottest country. No, it's the other way around, you piece of crap. You are absolutely right. They were trying to get people to believe that Democrats were being terrorists. I know, and that they're being paid, like they're all being paid to go to these protests. It's like the best sign that I saw was, nobody has to pay us. We hate you for free. OMG. OMG. Isn't that the best one? Nobody has to pay us. We hate you for free. Well, I love talking with you guys. I do need to go to the restroom, though, and it's been 4 hours. So maybe I should wrap it up. And then we'll plan on 10:30 tomorrow morning. Maybe watch a little bit more of this video. I just want this to be over. I know, Annabees. Let's see if I can... How much of this video is left? Somebody's trying to get in. It's still got like 11 minutes. Should we just play another minute of it, maybe?
Bill, which is the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country. So when somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's now catering to the other side, I don't know what, I guess she's got some kind of an act going, but I'm surprised at her. But when somebody like
Marjorie Taylor Greene was like his biggest sycophant, he just can't believe that somebody like woke up to smell the coffee. So he's got to slam her. I love what you said, Anna Bees. I just want this to be over. Not your live. I meant the regime. I knew that's what you meant, but thank you for specifying. So I've got 2 of the 3 dogs in here, and the third dog's trying to get in. Maybe I'll let her in a second before we wrap it up.
He goes over and starts making statements like that, it shows he doesn't know.
Next up, Donald Trump says, goes on the attack again against Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's show you this clip right here. Let's play it.
Hey, Caitlin.
Meeting with the Syrian president earlier today, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a big ally of yours, said that she would rather see you focus on nonstop domestic policy meetings here at the White House instead of nonstop foreign policy meetings. What's your response to her saying that, and also saying that grocery prices are up and not down, as you've said?
Yeah, so I don't know what happened to Marjorie. She's a nice woman, but I don't know what happened. She's lost her way, I think. But I have to view the presidency as a worldwide situation, not locally. I mean, we could have a world that's on fire where wars come to our shores very easily if you had a bad president. We had a horrible
my God. So now he's trying to threaten all of us. Like, don't mess with me or I will invite the war onto our territory. That's what the mother effer just said.
Oh. Ukraine.
We've got some big news just in, and it's a big one. Allow me to interrupt this report for just 1 minute. A new report.
I hate their ads. I turned ads off on this. On my live, I made it not monetized.
To middle income and lower income people of about $2,000. Well, where's the Doge dividend check? Didn't you promise that? Oh, that was a fraud. So now it's a tariff rebate check. No, it's not that. Now it's a dividend check. But your lawyers went in front of the Supreme Court and said that the purpose of these tariffs are not to generate revenue, because then they would be a tax, and the power of taxation is that of Congress. So you're now saying it's revenue generating. But if you actually go and look at how much revenue the tariffs generated, not more than $300 billion, not in the trillions of dollars. So how are you going to be able to afford this check? And also, Congress has to pass a law to approve this, and Congress ain't going to pass this. But go on. Here, play this clip.
Well, we're going to be bringing them down. Without tariffs, this country would be in such trouble.
Oh, with the tariffs, we're the hottest country. Without the tariffs, we wouldn't be hot. I am going to write that down. Yeah, it's free. It's a Chrome extension, browser extension. That is brilliant. It's called Origin Ad Blocker. I got to check that out. I'm writing it down. I have to use my highlighter pen because I don't know where my regular pen is at the moment. Where did it go? Origin Ad Blocker. That's brilliant. Thank you for the hot tip, Billy. That's great. Yeah. Yes. So let's just watch a little bit more of this and then we'll say good night. This is so funny, though. Good to get a laugh in, huh? So we're at 9 minutes already. 9.5 minutes.
As they were for many years. That's why we owe $38 trillion. And one of the things we're going to do, we're going to issue a dividend to our middle income people and lower income people of about $2,000. And we're going to use the remaining.
I love the way he added lower income people, because he was like, yeah, just to the middle income people, screw the lower income people. They're used to being broke. They don't need it.
Tariffs to lower our debt. We're going to be lowering our debt, which is a national security thing. So we're doing a lot of good work. And the numbers were reported so incorrectly.
Oh, he's such a nut. Prego. I don't know what that means. If you want to explain.
Numbers are trillions of dollars have been taken in or gotten in terms of investment from the tariffs. And so if that were ever reversed, it would be a disaster. Frankly, it would be a national security problem for our country. And nobody.
Then Donald Trump attacks
He's a national security problem for our country. Are you effing kidding me? He's like blowing up planes and trains and automobiles and helicopters and
Biden administration with more kind of bizarre conspiracies. And he's like, the problem is that unlike us who were making trillions, the Biden administration, they were spending billions of dollars. And that's why the helicopter crashed into the airplane in Washington, D.C. early in his regime. What? Huh? Explain that to me.
Wait, what? Holy crap.
They had hundreds of companies working on it, and they were spending billions of dollars. And when they turned it on, it didn't work. It didn't even work a little bit. That's why you had a helicopter crashing into an airplane, that if we had a great system, bells and whistles would have started going off. So we are now in the process. We're in final bids of getting the finest system anywhere in the world. I've analyzed it. Sean Duffy has been working really hard on it.
I love it that he doesn't stop talking because he's constantly telling on himself. He just confessed, in my opinion, that he did that. Yeah, is Prego another one of these things? I don't know what you mean. I've been practicing my Italian and wrote it wrong. Text box. Sorry, LOL. Means you're welcome. De nada. Yeah, thank you.
Doing a fantastic job, by the way. And over the next 2 or 3 weeks, we'll be handing out the finest air traffic control system anywhere in the world. All the towers will be equipped.
We'll be handing out the finest air traffic control system. Like, I think he was thinking of those $2,000 checks, but then he realized he wasn't talking about those. So he's like handing out the air traffic control. OMG.
Copper wire into glass wire into other types of wire. And if you do anything, copper wire doesn't work with glass.
Again, more lies from him right there. Here he lies and says that, hey, Siri.
Wow. Okay, we'll just wrap it up right there. Thank you for that, Billy. So yeah, more Erica making out with Vance, with the VP and with the PP. She's got to choose one or the other. She can't have them both. Well, I guess she can, huh? She can do whatever she wants. They can all do whatever they want. So yeah, this thing is so funny with the blue light around my face, and then it's like I'm all like radioactive or something. Everything is weird. More wire. Yeah. Well, it's like when he's talking about the grass and how, like, well, I know grass. I'm like a grass expert. He's like an expert in wire too, and he is an expert in peace. And I guess the World Soccer Federation is now making a World Soccer Federation Peace Prize to give to him. Like, seriously. Erica's working it hard. She's probably in the files. Oh, she's definitely in the files, which is, I think, why she had to get her husband gone, because he would have completely freaked out. She couldn't have that. She is the files, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Yeah. So thinking about the time frame, like, Erica was born in 88. 2007, she would have been 19 years old when she competed in the Miss Arizona in 2007, the Miss Arizona teen pageant. But it was before that. It was like, I think it was like 2006 when she started that whole like Romanian orphanage thing with the Marines in Romania, when she's like 17 or 18 years old. And I think she was like already like a self-made millionaire. But then people try to act like she put herself through college with her pageants. But the pageant where she won in 2012, she was 23 years old, right? 24. So she was done with college. She was done with undergrad. So how could she have put herself through school with her pageant if she didn't do pageants until 2010? And then, the way she says she got involved in pageants is the best. She says that she was sent something in the mail, an invitation to compete, and that she never thought of it. And then she thought, oh, well, this will help my soup kitchen mission get to more people if I compete in the beauty pageant. Yeah, that makes sense. She's a shady character. Exactly. She ain't working massage girl. She's a handler. Right. Absolutely. She's probably blackmailing. Yeah, absolutely. Paying off the student loans, aka money laundering. So she was also a real estate agent for that company that I think it's Corcoran, I think is how you say it. It's like a very high end luxury real estate company. It's the same company that little E would buy and sell, that he would list through. And she was a real estate agent. She probably still is for Corcoran in New York. When she was also like a modeling and casting director. Let's see. Erica Kirk, Corcoran real estate agent. Like she just got her real estate license, and Erica previously worked as a real estate agent with Corcoran in New York. Her LinkedIn page has identified her as an agency represented model and casting director for various TV networks. For the purpose of their outward messaging, Erica seemed to be broadcasting from the podcast studio. And then, yeah. So I think she started being a real estate agent for Corcoran when she was young, and that she still got that. But real estate's the best thing for laundering money. What was the other thing I was going to look up that I had written down about her? The Bravo Summer House. So she too was a reality TV star. Bravo Summer House 2019. That was right before she met Charlie Kirk. So 2018, yes, allegedly she was divorced in 2017. And then what did she do 2018? She did something high profile 2018. And then she did the Bravo Summer House 2019. But something right before that in the 2018 that was like a reality show kind of thing. Let's see. We've solved the case. Yes, I think we have. Real estate means money laundering. Absolutely, Billy. So they're all laundering money for exactly, Billy, exactly. And the country that starts with the I, big time. It's all about Daddy Vladdy and Bibi. And they were both in the Trumpstein files. I mean, little E would brag about how tight he was with Vladdy. That doesn't sound suspicious. Not at all. Podcast studio where they told her what to say. CIA agent with both parents in government security. I wonder what my ex-friend thinks of Erica. Yes. Oh yeah, your ex-friend. Me too. I think a lot of people fall for her crap and are like, oh, she's just a poor widow trad wife who's being forced to work now. Someone needed Charlie handled. Yes, they are, Billy. So this psychic, Audrey, let's see, what is her name? Audrey Psychic on YouTube. That's not it. I might have to look at my I was telling you guys about her recently. So she believes, and I am curious about this. She believes that I think Charlie came to her to show her his condominium that's right outside of Tampa, and that there are some secrets in that condo that she thinks people are after the information that's in that condo. I actually think she's right. I know this all sounds crazy. I'll give you more background in a second. I'm kind of just gathering my thoughts. So, the little island that the condo is on is where all of the people that started Rumble, it's where Rumble is, like the Rumble flagship or headquarters or whatever. Um, let me see. Where is it? Charlie Kirk condo in Florida. Longboat Key, Florida. Okay, so it says ProPublica also reported that Kurt's salary from TPUSA had increased from $27,000 to nearly $300,000, and that he had bought an $855,000 condo in Longboat, Florida. In 2020, Turning Point USA had $39.2 million in revenue. I believe that Turning Point is a big money laundering vehicle. I also believe that they were in financial trouble before Kurt's assassination, and that let's see, who was that? I want to find that. Uh, I want to find that content creator, Audrey. Is it Audrey Briggs, the salty psychic? Is that her? No, it's Audrey Raffellini, Raffellini. So I'll put a link in the description. Let me see if I can do it right now while we're on live. So in case you're interested in all this stuff that I'm rambling about, not really making a lot of sense, you can just go and look and watch the video and know about Longboat Key and Charlie's condo and Rumble. So I know Howard Lutnick is one of the people with Rumble. Dan Bongino is one of the people with Rumble. Peter Thiel. It's a bunch of crazy crap. So let's see. Oh, she just dropped a video, a Charlie Kirk video, 38 minutes ago. That should be interesting. Where is that one about the condominium? It might take me a minute to find which one was about the condominium. A month ago, I don't think it was a month ago. I think it was more recent than that. I think it's this one 2 weeks ago, following Charlie's lead, where he took me. I think that's what it is. I will go ahead and put that one in the description, but then I'll watch it to make sure that I'm right. I'm pretty sure that that's it. Let's see. One second, and then we'll sign off and say good night. Thanks so much for being here, you guys. You know I love you. You know you're the best. Description. So this is Audrey Raffalini. Or it is Audrey Briggs, the Salty Psychic. It's the same person, same channel, content creator. She's in California, I think, Billy. So there, I put that video there. It's really interesting if you're wanting to check it out, because it's the only time I've heard anything about that condominium on Longboat Key. It's by Sarasota. It's right by Siesta Beach and Key Largo. Anyway. Trad wives do not wear leather. And Erica is gross, isn't she? She's super gross. She could be pretty if she just wouldn't wear so much makeup and have robot eyes. And maybe like not eliminating the husband, that might make her more attractive too. You know, just not eliminating people in general. Sounds like money laundering to me. So absolutely, Billy. That's what all of the freaking crimes boil down to, because they're making all this money illegitimately and they got to freaking put it in the machine to launder it. All of it. Yeah. All the elite do. All they do is launder money. There's theories that that's what Leslie Wexner does with all of his L brands, that all of that is just a big widget factory to launder money for the I Country and Daddy Vladdy, for BB and Daddy Vladdy. A lot of people, self-included, think that his relationship with Little E was much like Peter Thiel and JD. And that like Little E found Les a wife, a beard. Who found the beard for Vance? But I'll tell you a good joke before I hang up, which was that as you age, your beard gets whiter. Looking at JD and Usha and Erica. I'm not telling the joke right, but it's funny, isn't it? We all know that as you age, your beard will get whiter. Well, then they are not being hideous pervs. Except I think that part of why, like, disgusting Little E was such a hideous perv was because of his own self-loathing of his homosexuality. Like, I think that him and Donnie are having a bromance. I mean, Daddy Vladdy and Donnie have certainly been having a bromance. That's all it all boils down to, is their own internalized stigma against their own homosexuality, and therefore they have to blow up the world and assault chicks, sick freaks. All right, I'm going to sign off, you guys. Love you. Thanks a million. Thanks for being here. See you tomorrow. Billy, we're going to try to do a live tomorrow at 10:30 and then pick up chapter 3. And I'm going to be reading some of this as educational, and I'm going to be inserting my opinion, my perspective everywhere that I can, as much as possible, to put my own signature on it for fair use, legitimacy, basically. So as long as it's like educational and you're mixing it up with your own ideas. We'll see how that goes. All right. Lots of love. Thanks again, you guys, and see you soon. Drink your water, eat your protein.